Ugh.
You can see the text on the...
Oh boy.
Scott.
Yo. So this is kind of funny. That's interesting. I left a comment on Anabolic Stick's video, and it seems to have gotten deleted. I think he deleted it after I got into an argument with some people where I was telling them steroids aren't, in fact, you know, highly dangerous drugs.
Hello and welcome to Runkle of the Bailey. My name is Ian Runkle. I'm a Canadian criminal defense and firearms lawyer. Today I want to give a rare kudos to the police for not arresting and charging an individual who acted in self-defense and almost certainly saved his own life. Let's have a look at this one. So this is the police press release, and
Cam donated $2. Pretty crazy crime story with a wild twist at the end.
You are about to see Johnny's Hilton find out that her son, 17-year-old Connor Hilton, just shot his two best friends in the head.
I'm going to talk to you something that's going to be very hard to talk about.
Okay.
And I have your son in the back seat of the patrol car because he's indicated to us that he took two people's lives today in your house.
I cannot believe this.
No,
This is insanity.
But the details of this tragedy only get wilder. While Connor unloaded his weapon on two of his friends, a third friend heard everything after locking himself in the bathroom about 5 feet away.
Jeez.
Hello? Who's in here?
Open the door. Lift your hands. It's just me. I'm in couches.
After making sure the surviving friend wasn't hiding any weapons, the officers escorted him outside to take his statement.
As we literally not even 2 minutes of being in the house, we come in, he's on the couch or something, he stands up, I walk right to the bathroom, I have to pee, and then I heard two loud gunshots, and everybody was quiet. And I felt like I could hear laughing, but I think it was just them breathing, and Connor was like, what have I done? What have I done? And started crying, and I don't know where y'all found him, but I thought he was gonna shoot through the door or something. And Connor was like, what have I done? What have I done?
Perhaps the most intriguing part of this case is that the shooter, Connor Hilton, had no motive and
I screwed up so bad. Somebody hurt? Who's hurt? Two people.
Two teenage males.
Okay. Okay.
I think they're deceased.
I'm just going to detain you, okay?
There is no walkway. Why did I do this? Where's the gun at, bud?
I really have no clue. Right?
I need to be put in a mental hospital.
Dear God. I'm going to hell.
as Connor waited at the cruiser by himself, it was obvious that he felt remorseful. But as soon as the officer got into the car with him, his tone suddenly changed.
Where am I being transported to? Friendly. I know this isn't a time to be bringing this up, but are you having a good Christmas, officer?
After just a few minutes, he started to talk about the shooting, only to claim that he opened fire out of self-defense.
Jeez.
Interesting.
Dr. Danny.
Let me what was that? Gum? Vicious tactics of female sexual competition. We can probably react to that later. Thanks for that donation, Animal Liberation.
We got it.
Remember Crow Cat's video on RE4 remake where he called it soulless, killed his channel? Really? What a fucktard. People are talking shit about RE9 too. Like, when people say this shit, like, you just know there's so many, like, just dumbasses with no sense of taste, and that's why Fortnite exists. That's why Call of Duty has become the way it is. Like, there's just so many fucking idiots. Like, dude, one of the best examples of people having absolutely no fucking taste is the horrible reviews for Last of Us 2. Even if, for whatever reason, you're just not into the story, just isn't your thing, the game itself is just so much fucking better than Last of Us 1. So it's like, if all you have to complain about is a story that you just didn't like the way it went, the direction it went in, the game is still fucking better. So, like, maybe you can knock a point or two off because you don't like the story, but, like, giving that game anything less than an 8 out of 10, like, you're clearly a fucking idiot. And, yeah, so, they're just, everyone's stupid.
Into an argument. Ethan tried to come at me. He tried to come at me, and I got freaked out. And he tried to grab for my throat.
What Connor just said was that during the few minutes that he and his friends were at his house, one of the victims, 18-year-old Ethan Riley, started an argument with him. Ethan then became physical with Connor and attempted to choke him. So Connor freaked out and opened fire, hitting both Ethan and the other victim, 19-year-old Benjamin Bleak. But there was one problem. This story didn't align with the evidence at all. Not only were there no signs of a struggle, but the witness who called 911 didn't see or hear any arguments break out. This seemed like a desperate attempt from Connor to justify his actions. When Connor arrived at the police station, one of the detectives was already there ready to swab Connor's hands for evidence.
Hey man, how are you? I'm doing good, everyone. Thanks for coming back, okay? Do you know my parents are here? Yeah, I think my mom and dad.
He was then brought into an interrogation room for questioning.
Listen, what I gotta do?
Just read me my Miranda rights. I have the right to attorney.
So, well, yeah, but I'm gonna read them, man.
As they got into the questions, Connor began panicking, so they did their best to calm him down.
Hey, listen to me, Bo. Take some deep breaths, okay?
I don't know you, man. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get to know you, okay? Just trying to understand. You know?
Yes, sir. You just got straight to the chase. I don't know. Just all kind of, just all that. Like,
Look who I got. Do you guys see this? Got a nice big kitty. He's so handsome. You guys see how handsome he is? Love this kitty.
idiot self had this stupid finger on the trigger.
For some reason, it seemed that Connor had forgotten the story that he gave in the back of the cruiser.
He tried to come at me, and I got freaked out.
This claim of self-defense was already hard to believe.
It's really weird how I don't even think people make decisions at this point. Like, when you hear about stories like this, I think some people's brains just kind of work like an insect brain. You know, like, it's just a bunch of weird nerve impulses, and it's all driven by, like, weird emotions and stuff, and there's just no kind of rational thought behind the shit they're doing. Like, that's why there's so many fucking kids that are born by accident and shit. So many crimes are committed kind of, like, without any, like, planning. Like, somebody just is like, I saw a really expensive necklace, and I just grabbed it. So I think some people are just fucking brain broken from birth, and there's not really anything you can do about it.
Whatever happened to that non-binary looking thing that used to walk around in the background and complain about random things and bitch and almost never seem to be in a good mood?
Well, that's left. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Damn right it is. Same thing with the reviews for two movies like Man of Steel.
Man of Steel was good. The only, like, really stupid plot contrivance with that movie was Superman letting his dad die and his dad being like, yeah, just let me die. And there's that other thing with the school bus where his dad was like, yeah, you should have just let kids die. Like, that was stupid. If you just ignore that part of the movie, everything else was great. It was just a good Superman movie. people hate on Zack Snyder for not staying like true to sort of like some of the core ideas or tenets of the original DC comics, but it's like you have to modernize some of these characters in some way, like especially Batman with the no kill policy. That is just stupid. I also think his stance on firearms as well is just outrageously stupid. Like, it has to be modernized. And when you have, like, you know, Superman fighting 3 people that have his same powers, you have to expect there's going to be large amounts of collateral damage where, yeah, Superman's going to end up unintentionally killing people with a fight like that. Like, it's just going to happen. And then, like, all people have to fucking say is, in the comics, Superman can have, like these super-powered crazy battles and no one ever dies. It's like, okay, that's great. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with making a movie that's in any way sensible. So, it was great. That was, like, you know, that was sort of peak DCU kind of movie. The other ones are kind of garbage, but that was a good Superman movie. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. $802, new Frank vid plus 2 shorts.
New Frank vid plus 2 shorts.
Not only that, there's some wild shit happening with one of his court cases. We're going to be looking at that in a minute. That was some crazy, crazy shit. But yeah, we'll get to Frank in a bit. Don't worry. Thanks for the donation, eh?
When are you gonna use the thumbnail I made for you, nigga?
Soon. Maybe next stream. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Hangs VG upside down and tickles him with feather and tickles him with babies. VG hanging off a cliff crying for his life and monkey tickles VG on the sides and VG screams 'cause he's gonna fall.
That sounds frightening. Thanks for the donation, VG Tickler. 2 Mexican pennies donated $2. Yeah, I saw that. I would have done the same thing. Most people are probably stupid, and they'd actually stop because they're worried about running somebody over. But if I'm going to get carjacked like that, I think this was in Mexico or Colombia or something. Yeah, it says South America. Yeah, I ain't stopping if I know I'm going to get carjacked. Because, yeah, the fucking cartels will, like, torture you. So, yeah, I'm running straight through. That's pretty stupid, though, to, like, go right in front of a fucking moving car. Like, that's, you're just asking for it.
Trump as Bane. I was born in the dark. I was born in a very dark place. They said, sir, it's so dark. How did you see? I said, I can see everything. But you look at the Bat Boy. People call him Batman. I call him Bat Boy because he's a boy. He's just a boy, a little 12-year-old prepubescent, which is a big word. I know some of the biggest words you've ever seen. And big
Trump should have played Bane.
traps. I've got big, long, beautiful traps, and Gotham loves them. You look at Gotham, Gotham will say, sir, those traps are beautiful. Even the Bat Boy doesn't have those. I said, thank you.
This is true.
Yeah, Trump should have played Bane. He would have been better than Tom Hardy.
Nobody wants to live around niggas. Black people don't want to live around niggas. White people don't want to live around niggas. Hispanics don't want to live around niggas. Asians don't want to live around niggas. No one wants to live around niggas. niggas carry themselves with a complete lack of empathy for anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. There's black people and then there's N-words. I understand the whole Tommy Sotomayor logic. That fucking video somebody sent me yesterday with, or was that today? Yeah, that was today. The fucking black people on St. Patrick's Day who genuinely believed they saw a leprechaun. That was fucking hilarious. I would want to live around those black people because they sound fucking fun. That was just so sweet and adorable and stupid in so many ways.
I walked in here, I said, wow, what a loser. You fell asleep and you were watching CNN. Fake news. Fake news, you're a disgrace, you know that? You know, Putin uses the N-word. I call it the N-word. Do you know the N-word? Who did you vote for? Did you vote for Kamala? You're a loser. Don't even talk to me. You're such a loser, you know. You know, you have to wake up. There's Mexicans in your house. There's Somalians in your house, and they're taking everything. You know,
That would be a preferable sleep paralysis demon. Thanks for the donation, 2 Mexican pennies. Ninja, please, when you tell us, is this considered white privilege or white guilt? Stitch incoming, just give it a second. Alright, let me see.
It's privilege. It's actually called white privilege. What you meant to say was this system works perfectly for me. And you're kind of crushing my vibe by reminding me that the system was built on the suffrage of people that don't look like me. I know you're...
Epstein was locked up. And, I mean, for what seems like the most ridiculous horseshit imaginable. So, from what we can tell from the Epstein files themselves and from just what he was indicted with, the worst thing he seems to be guilty of is hiring prostitutes, some of which were young and lied about their age. So, I think the youngest actual victim that's being confirmed that we know of, and it's debatable if you want to even call them a victim, I think she was like 17 years and several months. And again, the reason she was on the island in the first place was because she lied about her age and she said she was 18. So worst case scenario, the guy just wanted to fuck some prostitutes. He wasn't particularly careful with confirming how old they were. So yeah, like kind of like whoopee diddly do. This whole thing where he like literally kidnapped girls and forced them to have sex. None of that seems to have happened. No evidence for that whatsoever. And then this guy is like saying, oh, the court system works for white people. Okay, well, Epstein's white. He doesn't seem to have really done much. And the guy got locked up. And I would say there's a higher likelihood the guy got murdered in prison than committed suicide. Like, if you just see the autopsy photos, that looks like the guy was fucking choked to death. And the guards were lying. The official like FBI report, they were lying. The camera system didn't capture everything, but like what it did capture, it showed everyone's fucking lying. So what probably happened was people found out that Epstein was getting charged with like child rape or something. That kind of rumor spread around the fucking jail. And then we know how child predators are treated in prison. And somebody took it upon themselves to, you know, serve what they thought was justice. And the guards turned a blind eye. That happens all the fucking time. So a guy who, again, by all accounts, seems like the worst thing he's guilty of is just hiring prostitutes. Maybe a few of them were like 17 or something, which, by the way, is the legal age of consent in most states. And then he gets arrested and murdered. But this guy's trying to argue, oh, the system works perfectly for whites. Yeah, right. That's why Epstein's dead, right? Like, okay. Gay horseshit. I would say that's some white guilt bullshit. Thanks for the donation, Ninja, please. Dodo Donatellas, I see dumbasses on Twitter posting pictures of an ugly, gross baby and saying, look at this baby. Israel and the USA just bombed and killed. How could you support that? That's supposed to make me be against Israel and the USA that they killed a ugly, disgusting baby. Yeah, I know, right? It's pretty ridiculous. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I have a really nice kitty lying on me. Do you guys see this? Dodo donate $2. As the White House publishes new information about COVID, never forget that like 95% of the fat pigs on the ICE website listed as fallen heroes literally died of COVID. Really? The 6 feet apart social distancing recommendation, which shut down schools, small businesses, was arbitrary, not based on science. Well, yeah. That's kind of true. Obviously quarantining works, but like the 6 feet apart thing is just stupid. Mask mandates, there's no conclusive evidence that masks effectively protected Americans from COVID-19. There is. That's not true. Public health officials flip-flopped on the efficacy of masks without providing American scientific data, causing a massive uptick in public distrust. Well, that is true. And by the way, the reason they flip-flopped on the mask thing was because they were worried about triggering mass panic, which would have caused mask shortages. And then hospitals and hospital staff wouldn't be able to get access to masks. So that part is true. However, there is conclusive evidence that mask wearing did protect against COVID, at least severe infections. It didn't necessarily protect against getting an infection, period, but it did reduce your exposure to viral load, which if you did get COVID from somebody, you were more likely to get a less severe infection. But what the second part of this is absolutely true. But yeah, there was literally a fucking Reddit thread about all the fucking people who came out publicly saying, I'm not going to obey the COVID mask mandates and the vaccine policy. This is like totalitarianism. And then they ended up fucking dead. The one cop that got fired, who was like that big, anti fucking COVID action advocate saying, I'm not getting a vaccine, I'm not wearing a mask. He was on Fox News. He ended up fucking dead. He died of COVID. Wow, reasonable sounding people.
Let's roll the tape.
The decision to strike Iran.
I think it was a great decision. I think somebody else should have done it a couple of years ago, the last 3 other presidents.
I agree.
Are you willing to pay higher prices at the pump if that's the cost?
Yeah, I'm willing to pay a little more, yeah.
What do you think about the war?
I think he's doing the right thing. In the long run, it's going to help us out because if they get nuclear weapons, we might not even be here in a couple of years. So I think he's doing.
They're too stupid to kind of understand why it's a good thing, but they're on the right track.
Good job.
Is it worth the rise in the price of gas?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think about the U.S. decision to go into Iran?
I think we got to do what we got to do to keep this country safe. So, and if it means paying a little bit more in gas right now to keep everybody safe.
If the U.S. didn't try to topple Iran, it would just make a war with China that much more likely and that much more deadly, difficult, and costly. So, like, it's absolutely the right thing to do. They might not understand that, but they're right that it was a good idea. So, yeah, based. that's good.
Much more, only because people don't understand to a large, it's a big chess game at a very high level. It's a very high level chess, the highest, and I'm dealing with very smart players. These are smart people. They don't get there. You know, when you deal with some of these people, you're dealing with high level intellect, very high IQ people.
So he's right. I think people kind of misunderstand what he's saying. I don't think he's saying Iranians are smart. I think he's saying the U.S. institution itself is smart. And yeah, this is a complex geopolitical thing. It's not as simple as Iran bad, we need to stop Iran. This is about like the next few decades of ensuring worldwide peace and trying to prevent China from invading Taiwan. But I think he's talking about like the U.S. and the U.S. military being intelligent. And if he's not talking about that, he's probably referring to China, not Iran specifically. Again, Trump's a dumbass, but he's getting told good things by smart people in his staff. The last link you gave me is broken. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
VG, you should get a truck with some big ole tires. You can hit any pothole and feel nothing. This what gig does. Ultimate freedom, you can go haul anything at any time, no need to rely on anybody else to move her stuff. Big truck mogs small vehicles. Bar 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 bar.
I kind of would like a truck. There's been quite a few situations where a truck would have been handy. Thanks for the donation, though, Gig. Coping Jim Cell donated $2.19. Have you seen Solomon Nelson's new video on Mike Isertel? Would love to hear your thoughts. Also, roids are life-saving for natties with shit genetics. They help even the playing field. If by evening the playing field, somebody with low-tier genes being able to compete with somebody with higher-tier genes, that's natural, then yeah. If you have somebody who's genetically gifted and somebody who's not genetically gifted and they both take steroids, they're still going to get mogged. I think what they do is, like, I've seen this. I've seen people with really bad genetics in the gym. There was a guy who worked out at a gym I used to go to in Scarborough. He actually worked really hard. I saw him train. He was making no fucking progress, even though he was working really hard. He literally didn't look like he worked out. He hopped on steroids. He was still a small guy, but he looked really good. Like he's never going to look as big or strong as me or anything, but it gets you to a place where you literally don't look like you work out to, oh, this guy could actually, you know, be like a fitness model or something in a magazine or some shit. So that's what they do.
I want to tell you this, but if you have bad genetics, below average genetics, do you really think you can get to 75 kg stage weight? The people that I've trained for over 15 years with genetics like ours, they get up to 67 kg stage weight. 15 years. And you think you can get there naturally? It's not possible, man. But you know what is possible? Steroids. Man-made medicine that was designed for people like us. You see, I didn't choose steroids. Steroids chose me. How can I call myself a man if I weigh under 80 kg? You weigh it like a woman, 120 pounds soaking wet. How can you be happy with yourself? And so it's not about glorifying steroids. It's about glorifying becoming the best version of yourself.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I saw the Solomon Nelson vid. I don't think it's worth watching. It's not that interesting, but he made some, like, for one thing, the using volume as a overload strategy is, or a progression strategy is stupid. Like Solomon pointed this out, especially the way Mike Isertel proposed. You're just going to get people injured, and it's clearly not as productive. And I think some of the reason Mike likes adding sets throughout a meso rather than just adding weight is One, I don't think the guy trains particularly hard. Like it's not only like physically demanding adding weight or adding reps each session, it's also like really mentally exhausting, pressuring yourself to use heavier and heavier weights every single time you train. And you really, really fucking have to push yourself, focus, lock in hard. If you're like week after week after week after week, month after month, you're trying to hit those PRs. And it is physically and mentally exhausting. So if you're kind of lazy and you're not pushing yourself particularly hard, like it's easier to just add sets because all you have to do is another set. You don't have to actually push yourself to lift anymore. You just have to do another set. Secondly, with steroids, I've experienced this personally. You really notice the benefit to doing additional workload. You can just handle more volume, especially as you up gear dosages. So if you're again, if you're like Mike Israetel, you're on steroids and you're kind of lazy, you're going to notice a very obvious benefit to just doing more total volume because you can handle it from the steroids you're on. And you're kind of lazy and you don't really want to push yourself to actually lift more. Then like it makes logical sense why he'd kind of end up with that recommendation because he's like a dumbass. But yeah, as a progression strategy, it's completely nonsensical. Like Solomon outlined why. Like it increases injury risk. There's no evidence that it has any like more benefit over just adding more weight. I can't even think of any like biologically plausible reason for why you'd think it would be better than adding any more weight. Again, the thing that creates that stimulus for muscle growth is weight on the bar. Like there's mechanoreceptors in your muscle cells that detect if you're lifting more weight, and that's what creates that anabolic response. So I don't know what biologically plausible mechanism you'd be working with where just adding an additional couple sets throughout the week is going to be more beneficial than just lifting more weight. And it makes it so that tracking progress becomes more difficult. Like how do you adjust load, intensity, repetitions? Like if you're working with an RIR system like Mike does, like how do you even manage that when you're constantly increasing volume and very rapidly, where you go from 10 sets to 20 sets over the course of a meso? So yeah, his criticisms were totally valid. But I can understand why somebody like Mike would have that recommendation, because he's dumb and he just personally perceives benefits to training like that. That's all. And again, he's not getting fucked up from training like that because he just doesn't push himself and train hard. If you actually push yourself and train hard, you're going to snap your shit up. Thanks for the donation, though, Coping Gym Cell. Dodo donate $2, let me see. Jeez. You know, I've wondered, like, I don't know what caliber these rounds are. They've got to be at least like 30 caliber, if not like 50 or 20 mil or something. I wonder if they ever, like, these rounds ever, like, hit anybody and kill people. Because they have to travel a pretty long distance. So I wonder if there's, like, a next city over where they end up, like, just landing in a trajectory where, like, people just get shot dead from these things.
Patrick's life serves as a reminder of the resilience and courage.
Wow. Is this a different woman than we looked at before? Yeah. Yeah, Ireland is not a real country.
Of migrants, the invaluable contributions that they have made and continue to make to the countries they now call home, sometimes even in the face of great adversity. Patrick's story speaks not only to the Ireland of the 5th.
The reason they're saying this horse shit is because they've created their own problem. This is typical liberal brain rot horse shit. So they'll let in a ton of migrants, and I'm convinced at this point it's for ideological reasons. It's not even any real economic benefit, at least not in the long term. Like if you're talking over the course of 10 years. Short term, it might benefit some corporations where they just get to hire migrants and have them work for peanuts. So it might increase short-term profits, but over the long run, just because it makes everyone more poor, it makes the job market shittier, what just ends up happening is people have less spending power, and then everybody just ends up making either the same or less money, and especially the middle class end up getting fucked over. The reason they put out videos like this, like, oh, migrants are so great, thank you for coming here and making the country better. Basically what they end up doing is they create voting districts that are all fucking migrants, and they have to say this in order to get the fucking migrant vote. So they end up not even appealing to actual citizens of the fucking country, because they know the more important fucking voting districts are all migrants. So then they start appealing to migrants, and that's what's been happening in the UK, which is why you see, like, the Sharia courts, they don't ban, incest, with cousin marriages and shit. So it's just fucking stupid. Like, it's just a joke. I didn't know Ireland was so fucking retarded. On March 16th, 2003, Israeli occupation forces crushed a 23-year-old American peace activist, Rachel Corrie, to death with a U.S.-supplied bulldozer. Maybe she should have moved out of the way. She was protecting a Palestinian family's home from Israeli demolition in Rafah. Oh my. What? None of this makes sense. Rafah is in, Gaza. So, what the fuck are they talking about? They're like, what? So, there had to have been some sort of reason they were, bulldozing the home. So, there's only two reasons I could figure why a home in Rafah would be bulldozed. It's a building that was, dilapidated, and it needed to be bulldozed because it was dangerous. Or it was part of some anti-terrorism operation. And they were, something like that. So why the fuck is an American in Gaza, in Rafah, standing in front of a fucking, or in a building that was being bulldozed? What? Subject to horrific conditions, denied her religious rights. Well, maybe you should go back to whatever fucking country you came from if you care about Muslim something or other. She recently suffered head trauma and was unaccounted for in the system for several days. It's kind of funny what head trauma? Final protester from the Columbian University, Palestine. Da-da-da. So what I'm hearing is she was illegally protesting. These people were asked to leave. And two, she's probably an immigrant, so that's why she was arrested by ICE. So she was doing something illegal and arrested by immigration officials, being a non-US citizen. And whenever I hear about this shit, denied her religious rights, what that probably means is there was male prison guards that searched her. That's probably all that means. Woman, let me see.
The children's book author accused of poisoning her husband learns her fate.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the defendant, Corey Richins, is guilty of aggravated murder.
Corey Richens' head slumped as the verdict was read by the judge. The jury deliberations took just 3 hours. The dead husband's sister wiped away tears when the verdict came down. Prosecutors said Richens spiked her husband Eric's Moscow Mule cocktail with fentanyl. The motive? His insurance money. Plus, she wanted to be with her boyfriend, this handyman. He was not charged.
There was a way forward. Eric.
You know, I am sure, like most women probably aren't that insane, but I can guarantee you there's a lot of chicks that scheme in a similar kind of way.
Eric had to die.
A year after Eric's murder, the mother of 3 wrote a children's book about dealing with grief and promoted it on a local TV station.
He was 39. It completely took us all by shock.
Richens was also found guilty of a prior murder attempt on her husband when she laced his bacon, egg, and cheese on a bagel with fentanyl on, of all days, Valentine's Day. She stood with her head down throughout, breathing.
Whoa. This chick is a fucking psychopath.
Heavily.
It was clear to this jury that this was a woman motivated by money and by a placement in society.
Eric Richens' sister Amy spoke outside the Utah court.
It's been a long time coming. So just very happy that we got justice for my brother.
Eric Richens' cousins also spoke.
He was everyone's best friend.
That's fucking disgusting. Holy shit. Glad she got put away. That's insane. Valentine's Day. Like, she has to be thinking, haha, how ironic. Like, that is psychopathic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Emma $22, you didn't seriously just defend a 60-year-old man coercing and having sex with 17-year-old girls, did you? 17 is the legal age of consent in most states, so if we consider 17 the age in which you can consent, I don't see what the issue is with a 60-year-old having a sexual relationship of some kind with a 17-year-old. Assuming we're in agreement, 17 is the age in which you can consent. I also don't know what you mean by coercing. In order to get laid, period, you need to coerce someone in some way. You have to look good. You have to be charming. There has to be some you have to convince a woman in some way that you're worth having sex with. Like, when you use a term like coercion, it sounds like you're, like, inferring there's some sort of, like, dishonest manipulation tactics involved. If anything, what he did sounds like the opposite of coercion. He paid them. So, like that seems like the most honest, straightforward way to have a sexual relationship with somebody. Hello, I want to have sex with you. I will give you money for sex. That is not coercive. Telling a girl that I have a 7-figure income and I have 2 mansions when you're poor, that's coercion. Telling a girl that, oh, I love the same music you do. I like the same movies. We're so similar. When you don't, that's coercive. Like all these dating tactics that you see from like pickup artists and like people who will tell you how to get dates on Tinder and shit, they literally tell you how to like lie to get ahead. Like, oh, you're 5'10"? Yeah, put in your Tinder profile that you're 6 feet. Oh, you make $78,000 per year? Yeah, put in your profile that you make over 6 figures. Like a big dating strategy for a lot of dudes is bending the truth, over-exaggerating things, making yourself seem more successful and more approachable than you really are. Paying somebody for sexual favors seems like the opposite of coercive, manipulative, dishonest. It is the most straightforward, honest way I can conceive of trying to have a sexual relationship with somebody. It is so upfront, so honest, straightforward. This is what I want from you. I'm willing to pay for it. Why are we calling that coercive? What the fuck? So you're defending literal pedophilia. That's not pedophilia. 17 is the legal age of consent in most states. Do you know what pedophilia is? So having sex with somebody who's considered an adult is pedophilia? You and every pedophile defender should be put to death in public. Okay, well, you're a dumbass. Thanks for the donation.
Thoughts on having thoughts?
You don't have any levels of introspection.
Yes, zero. As little as possible.
Why?
Move forward. Go. Yeah, I don't know. I found people who dwell in the past get stuck in the past. It's a real problem, and it's a problem at work and it's a problem at home.
So I've read obviously 400, and I think now 10 biographies of history-based entrepreneurs, and that was one of the most surprising things. Like, what's the most surprising thing that you've learned from this? So like, oh, they have little or zero introspection. Like Sam Walton didn't wake up thinking about his internal self. He just woke up. He's like, I like building Walmart. I'm going to keep building Walmart. I'm going to make more Walmarts, and just kept doing it over and over again.
And you probably know, if you go back, like, 400 years ago, it never would have occurred to anybody to be introspective. Like, it's the whole idea of, just all of the modern conceptions around it.
These people are just fucking retarded. There's just this like weird sweet spot with intelligence where if you're too stupid, you're not going to be able to do things where you're going to be productive enough to make money. But if you're too smart, you're going to like overthink things and you're going to be able to rationalize why not to do something. And then you're just not going to do it because you have a really good ability to recognize, okay, this has a low probability of success. It's very risky. I'm going to like just do something that's smarter. There's a sweet spot in between where you're smart enough to actually be able to get shit done and be productive, but you're not too smart where you overthink things and you just do stuff because you're like, oh yeah, I can make money doing this. And then there's a lot of people who fail, but like you have to take the risk to get to that super high level of success. And you'll notice like people like this, they're not particularly bright. They're just smart enough to, be productive in what they need to do. But yeah, they're like dumbasses deep down where it's like, why would I think about things? I just do them. But that guy's an idiot. He's also a fucking liar. Thanks for that donation, Praetor of Hyperboea.
3420 Mike Brigandy is pretty based.
I was just...
Okay, let's say this scenario.
There is pain.
If you were just to grow
there is
crops,
pain, by the way. There is pain when you cut someone's neck open. That does feel pain.
When you hit the nerve, it disconnects it from the brain, so you're not able to process the pain. No.
They still feel their neck being killed, sir. They still feel it.
They don't feel. They can't feel. Their brain's not connected. They can't.
What does he mean the brain isn't connected? This is like saying if I stab you in the stomach, your brain is no longer connected to your stomach, so you won't feel anything.
Can't feel.
Yes, they do feel pain. The halal way, which, by the way, your God doesn't exist. Islam is garbage.
So if you're gonna disrespect me,
he's gonna get mad because I'm disrespecting.
I'm not getting mad. I'm just saying, don't. We're having a proper argument. If you're gonna disrespect me, I'm not gonna continue.
I'm not disrespecting you, sir. It's your stupid religion. That's disgusting.
Okay. You're continuing to mock.
I'm not mocking, sir. You're just sad because I'm debunking your garbage religion, which is
you're not debunking. You're saying in a perfect world where no
your
animals
religion allows
die.
you to harm animals for no good reason, and your religion is misogynistic and it's also against human rights, let alone animal rights. So that's why I'm having a hard time debating you, because you don't know what humane means.
Oh my God. Okay, let's just say everyone became vegan and we have to grow crops. I'm gonna go ahead and ignore what you said about my religion because I'm gonna be respectful. I'm gonna be the bigger man, okay, or the only man in this discussion.
Yeah, the bigger man, the one who thinks that
no, not the bigger man, the only man in this discussion.
The one who thinks that we can cut someone's neck open is calling themselves the bigger man. That's
okay.
pathetic. That's
So
pathetic,
if
sir.
everyone was if
You're
everyone
not
was
the
a
bigger
vegan,
man. No, no, you don't have a place in this debate. You don't.
Well, yeah. The only people who want the smoke are fucking dumbasses. Thanks for that donation. Human supremacy can suck my ass.
God forbid there is another pandemic during this administration. Could you even imagine? I mean, they are even less competent and more insane than the first Trump administration, so just imagine. Also,
Yeah, it probably wouldn't go down well. I killed 900 people, raped 50 young girls, 200 women. Islamic State terror smiles. Jeez.
قتلتهم وذبحتهم مع قارب 900
900. المهم من صار الاقتحام على سنجار كنت انت مشارك بالاقتحام
بس مو بدايته الشطرات وهميه حجة انه شنو الشرطه؟
ايه
الشطرات وهميه نشيل 30 40 نفر بالسياره نخليهم بصفحه نخلص نخلي السجون نروح نخليهم بصفحه نقتل
هسه طبعا اني من اقاربي اختفوا ما عاد لهم وجود يعني لحظات حط نفسك بمكان هذا الشخص اللي ذبحته شنو كان شعوره؟
شعوره كان يقول لا تقتلني ليش تقتلني يا ذم تقتلني
How many women, how many children do you think you've raped over the years?
لهاي الفترة بقيت وياهم تقريبا أقارب تقريبا بالخمسينات بالنسبة لنا عشان صغير.
You know what? I think some of this has to do with inbreeding, because for a very long time in Islamic and Middle Eastern cultures, it's the clan system. The clan system has existed for way longer than Islam has ever existed. And what's happened is you have a high amount of inbreeding that's been going on for thousands of years. We know what inbreeding does. It lowers, kids' IQs and creates a number of other genetic disorders. You have to have a certain amount of intelligence to actually have empathy. There's a huge correlation between antisocial behaviors and low intelligence. I think you have to have something like at least an 85 or 90 IQ or something to be able to understand how another person feels. And when you have people who are really dumb, they're just far more likely to not be able to understand how somebody else feels. And then they're more capable of committing horrible acts like this, like murdering people, raping women and young girls and shit. And I think there's probably something to do with a long, long history of inbreeding for why you see Islam being the way it is, where it's oh yes, women, they're not real human beings. You can kill their family and then keep them as sex slaves. Allah says it's a good thing, So I think inbreeding has a lot to fucking do with that. Also, you'll notice it's a lot of liberal fucking white women who want these fucking people to immigrate to the fucking country. Read, dude, there is a fucking crazy rabbit hole of female romance novels that are just fucking unhinged. I don't think this is a coincidence. There are a ton of women who get turned on by rapists and murderers. Who was it? Ted Bundy, who raped and murdered a bunch of women. He ended up having women dress up in fucking wedding dresses at his court dates. When he was in court, he ended up fathering a child with his girlfriend while he was on death row. These dudes who are guilty of horrible, horrible crimes, raping women and serial killers and shit. They all have girlfriends and shit that are turned on by it. I don't think it's a coincidence that you have a ton of these liberal women who want this mass Muslim immigration. And like, you see shit like this where they're like, yes, I raped 50 underage girls and I killed 900 people. I think there might be something going on where women are like, I can fix him. He's just like the guy from the romance novel who raped and killed women. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked. I think we just should not let those people in the country, regardless of what anybody tells you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ninja Please, when he tells the guy was saying that two things can be true at the same time. Like speaking out against injustice while going outside or something. And also saying if someone is just living their life without care and don't speak out, then they're considered terrible people. You don't have any obligation to speak out against anything. I would say you have an obligation not to violate the rights of somebody else, but I don't think you have an obligation to speak out against anything. Thanks for the donation, though, Ninja Please. Anadrol Skittles donate $2.19. Try to get through this video if you can. More testosterone fear-mongering in the Big 26.
What do you really know about testosterone?
We've already reacted to this months ago. I think we reacted to this when he like just put out this video, like almost a year ago. Basically, everything this guy said was like fucking retarded. He was like saying, oh, testosterone makes you more competitive and motivated, and you're more likely to want to work harder and outdo other men and stuff like that. And he's acting as if this is like a bad thing, this pro-competitive mindset. The whole thesis behind this video is that masculinity is fundamentally a bad thing, and trying to become more masculine, either by looking more masculine or feeling and acting more masculine, isn't something you should do, and that's why testosterone replacement therapy or performance enhancement is bad. It was just retarded. Like, this guy did not actually make an argument for why testosterone replacement therapy or just performance enhancing drug use, period, is a bad thing. It's as ridiculous as saying, don't take the drug that makes you smarter. Like, if this was like the movie Limitless and somebody invented a drug that raised your IQ, like he would literally be making a video, but if everyone's smarter, people can do things better. That's bad. Like, it was just so stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Anadrol Skittles. Dodo donate $2. Hope this is evidence that the war will wrap up soon, and then all the assholes who say this will be a 6-year war like Destiny will shut the hell up. I'd be very surprised if this goes on for 6 years. I could see, like, maybe 2-3 years, possibly, but yeah, there's no chance 6 years. No chance.
בדיוק זאת השורה, רעידת אדמה של ממש באיראן. לאחר החיסולים הלילה, אנחנו מפרסמים שהנשיא פזשקיאן שוקל להתפטר מתפקידו. מוקדם יותר שוחחתי עם גורמים בסביבתו של פזשקיאן.
Yeah, so it begins. Everybody knows that they're going to get whacked. So all these people know they're dead.
והם אמרו לי כך, ישנו זעם חריג מצד הנשיא על משמרות המהפכה. ההתנהלות שלהם נתפסת כמופקרת, ופזשקיאן אף טוען כי הם לא שמרו על אלרג'ני כנדרש. לא מדובר רק בכשל, אלא במהלך מכוון שנועד להוביל לחיסולו. בעקבות החיסול, פזשקיאן שוקל להתפטר, והוא אף ביקש להיפגש עם המנהיג העליון מוצ'טבה.
So here's what I see happening. You're probably going to get a bunch of the more radical Islamic IRGC leadership getting whacked, which is already happening. There are being physical attacks on their banking system. Like, one of Iran's big banks got literally blown up, and there's also being cyber attacks against their banking system. So from what I've heard, the next pay date for all the IRGC members, so that would include like security forces, members of government and shit, their next paycheck is supposed to come on the 21st. They're probably not going to get paid. So once a bunch of these people aren't getting fucking paid, they know they're going to get whacked. They're probably just going to be like, fuck this shit, I'm going home. And then somebody who's probably a more moderate, popular political figure in Iran is going to start trying to negotiate with Israel and the United States, and they're going to try to help facilitate a new transitional government where they're gonna move to, you know, a proper secular democratic rule. Like, that's what I see happening. But yeah, this idea that the IRGC is going to still exist in like 6 years and this is going to be a long, prolonged, drawn-out war, it's just not happening.
כדי להציג בפניו את הדברים, אך נהנה כי בשלב הזה פגישה כזו אינה אפשרית. מגי, הדברים שאני מביא הערב, הם מתחברים יותר מכל החשיפה שהבאנו בשבוע שעבר על המחלוקת במשטר האיראני. משמרות המהפכה נגד עליל הרג'ני, להזכירכם, משמרות המהפכה חשפנו כאן שכבר הכינו תיק חיסול על אותו לרג'ני ועל אחיו סדק, אז לא מן הנמנע שמשמרות המהפכה מאושרים מאוד מהחיסול היום של הרג'ני, ואפשר להגיד היום ב100%. משמרות המהפכה שולטים באיראן, מוצ'טבה חמינאי, המנהיג העליון, הוא הבובה של משמרות המהפכה, איראן עוברת לשלטון צבאי וקיצוני.
Yeah, they're all just gonna get whacked. Goodness, Mr. Kitters. Oh my god. Cats are like Spider-Man. Oh wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donates, the CRAM projectiles blow up in the air. They don't land, VG, so no one gets shot dead from them also. I didn't know that. That's cool. Something, something Gaza. What are they saying? Cry, will drink to your fascist tears. I live in St. Denis and I am devastated. We had a socialist mayor who deserves credit for creating a real municipal police force given the level of crime in the city. The new mayor wants to disarm it. I have no idea. So what's going on here? I don't know what's going on in France. Sorry. After the Taliban came to power in 1996, Bacha Bazi was banned. NATO reintroduced it essentially by partnering with and tolerating pedophiles to fight the Taliban. Boys were even abused on U.S. bases. So Oil London TV, get your facts straight, your taxes paid. Made Bacha Bazi a thing again. Don Quinn, former Special Forces captain who beat up an American-backed militia commander for keeping boy chained to bed as a sex slave. But we were putting people into power who would do things that were worse than what the Taliban did. As far as I can tell, the Taliban do the same thing. It's the Taliban rape young boys too. That's not something unique to whatever the Afghan security forces were doing. It's just that in order to convince Afghans to fight the Taliban, they let them like rape kids, apparently. Rampant sexual abuse of children has long been a problem in Afghanistan, particularly among armed commanders who dominate much of the rural landscape and can bully the population. Practice called bachbazi. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, everyone in Afghanistan is like fucking gay. It's weird. He lost his job, but she is the victim.
Oh, look at these two. A moment lasting less than 20 seconds.
Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
The kiss cam embrace at a Coldplay concert last summer became an instant online sensation, watched by billions around the world. And Kristen Cabot's life would never be the same.
Well, there was paparazzi there for weeks. They wouldn't leave. I had people trespassing and looking in my windows. We had people doing drive-bys and yelling and honking. We had my phone.
With your children home.
Yes, with my children home.
Cabot speaking out
What does she mean drive-by? That's when you get shot at.
for the first time on camera in an interview with Oprah.
It wasn't even calculated where we thought to ourselves, like, oh, no one's looking.
Cabot revealed her husband, who she had separated from, was at the concert too, and that CEO Andy Byron told her he was going through a divorce himself. But the former head of HR says the vitriol was largely reserved for her.
Andy Byron, your boss, were people coming up to him?
No. Not at all.
And women, she says, were the cruelest.
How I looked, to how I was dressed, to how I behaved, to, the sleeping my way to the top, to the gold digger, the husband stealer.
Both Byron and Cabot resigned from their jobs.
People were united in their judgment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, obviously most of the criticism is going to come from women because, one, they're jealous. They wish they could date like some rich CEO guy. And two, it's a competition strategy that women have where they just try to sabotage everybody else.
And I feel bad for us as human beings that's what we did to you.
Thank you.
Cabot says she made a mistake that night, but did not deserve this. Stephanie Goff.
Dumb, thanks for the donation. Why does anybody fucking care who's fucking who? I just don't get it.
It's a shame to find out Iran is so retarded and on St. Patrick's Day. Day 2.
Well, I've known that for a while. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Hopefully she rots in prison for the rest of her worthless life.
You mean the chick who, killed her husband? Yeah, hopefully. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sego Donatellers, is this anti-terrorism? Imagine if roles were reversed and that was the Jew. You would use every buzzword you have. Why are you afraid to call out something if it's wrong? You're sounding like Nazi regime. What's the stupid horse shit? Israeli settler runs over a Palestinian man praying in the West Bank. Did he literally just back into somebody or some shit? Oh yeah, I've seen this. Yeah, I have no idea what the story is behind this. So I have no idea. By the way, we know they do this stupid horse shit to assert dominance and crap like that. They do these public prayer things to claim their territory. It's what they do. It's like a cat pissing on shit. So I don't know what the whole fucking story is around here. I don't know who the jackass is. Why the fuck would I comment on this when I don't know who these people are and this is just one stupid little clip? So you're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. $8 Iran is literally like a sports stadium. They are cheering on Israeli drones, I think. The whole settler thing is just also so fucking retarded. According to Muslims, if you live in Tel Aviv, you're a fucking settler. So what the fuck do you mean by that? 456.52. Oh my god.
And then here's the other one.
You're right.
I love how they're so hyped about Israel and the US fighting the IRGC, and then you've got like retarded leftists. Poor Iranians. Like, no, they want it. You fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, eh? Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see. Oh my goodness.
Got a quick one for you.
Who's that handsome boy?
Why did the hyena bring a ladder to the bar? Because he heard the drinks were on the house.
Okay. I hate how they add fucking music. Hyenas are cool. I don't know how easy it is to like domesticate them. When a man says women can't drive. Okay. If Napoleon was being deployed.
All right. Where am I being?
Yeah, that's not funny. Wow, he should be deported.
Urgent message for the Iranian government right here. I need missiles here tonight. Israel's Channel 12 did a report on the new Patriot battery system. It's right here at the Palashamin Air Force Base. It's actually right here. You can zoom out a little bit, Iran, if you want to see that. Yet again, it's this exact air.
These people are just absolute fucking scumbags. They really should be in prison. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. RKB donators, do you recommend vegans take an algae-based supplement for EPA DHA? Do you take one? Yes and yes. Thanks for the donation, RKB. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Oh, fucking Carney. Fucking hate this asshole.
We are low-risk producers of oil. We are low-risk producers of natural gas. We're reliable. We can produce. We're in jurisdictions where what we produce will go to market, and we.
Wow. Japan rejects Mark Carney's low-risk bullshit. Signs $56 billion oil and gas contract with the U.S. Dude.
Can deliver it to market, and that is a contribution in a world which is lost.
Well, what's fucking, like, again, here's the liberal brain rot horse shit, you know, doing its magic. You can look at, like, any of the people involved with oil production in Alberta. They'll tell you the liberal government has made everything slower, more costly, more expensive, and what do you know? All the bullshit fucking taxes, all the stupid fucking like paperwork and bureaucratic horse shit that the liberals throw at the oil industry is making everyone more broke. We're not making any fucking money. This guy can't get any fucking deals with any other fucking countries to buy our oil. And then they end up buying it cheaper from the US. So thanks, liberal guy. Like, again, this is the guy who like promised we're gonna like get the Canadian economy back on track. Oh yeah, how's that working out for you, buddy? It's just a fucking joke.
Lost in effect.
So yeah, this climate change thing, it's like, okay, well, you can talk all you want about fucking climate change. Somebody's producing the oil, somebody's gonna fucking buy it, and you're just deliberately making the country more poor. So it's just stupid.
In the oil case, 15% potentially, some buffer on that of its oil flow, and 20% of its natural gas flow.
What a dickhead. Dude, I can't stand Mark Carney. Just useless fucking cocksucker. And I love how, like, Trump imposed those tariffs that are fucking over the Canadian auto industry. What does the guy do? Let's import Chinese EVs. That'll fix it, right? Like, he's just so useless.
In the next
6 to 12 months, we'll be doing our first implants for vision, where even if somebody's completely blind, we can write directly to the visual cortex. But long term, you would have very high resolution and be able to see in multispectral wavelengths. You could see in infrared, ultraviolet, radar. It's like a superpower situation.
He tends to hype things up way too much, but if he can actually deliver, that'd be pretty cool. Like, that'd be great. But he tends to over-exaggerate a lot of the crap. Honestly, I am impressed with some of the Neuralink stuff that's come out. Like, they have actually implanted the Neuralink thing in actual human beings, and it works. Like, the guy who was the quadriplegic, it's absolutely improved his quality of life. So, you know. We're getting ready to bring 6,300 pounds of crucial medical aid to Cuba. Supplies valued at $433K will be delivered Friday by our delegation of over 140 people who refuse to let the U.S. government suffocate our Cuban brothers. Yeah, let's. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep the communist regime in power. That's all they're doing. So they're deliberately trying to keep Cubans under the thumb of a fascist dictatorship. That's what they're trying to do. Vegan cats. No, don't chase the squirrel. That's mean. I think Gummy would probably try to chase a squirrel. I don't know if he'd try to eat the squirrel, but he'd definitely want to chase one. He's munching on plants.
How is the war landing with Americans? Are people paying close attention? Is the war helping or hurting the president politically? What are you seeing? CNN's chief data analyst Harry Enton here with us to give us the details. There is a lot that's been going on with Iran. A lot of Americans paying attention to that. We have had, members of the military killed. There is this big gas price spike.
Yep.
What are Americans thinking about this?
Yeah, there's been a lot that's been going on over the past few weeks. But so far, there's kind of been a little bit of a collective shrug from the American public. What am I talking about here? Well, let's just take a look here. Americans who say they care a lot about the Iranian situation, look at this. It's just 45%. Just 45% of Americans.
Yeah, we've already seen that crap. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude.
And SJWs defend these kinds of people.
Yeah, they're retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
You sound well rested. Frank has a new vid.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the Frank Tufano stuff. There's some interesting Frank updates. We'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, James.
I'm not opposed to toppling the Iranian regime. But I'm extremely pissed about how it has unfolded, and it's honestly fucking embarrassing. We did not plan properly the closure of the strait. Actually fucking retarded. We are wasting Patriot missiles.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're having security issues with the Strait of Hormuz. Unfortunately, like, some of this has to do with, I think people are blaming Trump a little too much for this. Honestly, it's less about Trump and more to do with fucktard liberal governments letting in a ton of fucking immigrants. So Canada has done this. The UK has done this. They've literally committed to not supplying warships or military aid for the United States and Israel to help protect the Strait of Hormuz or attack the IRGC. The reason for that isn't because Trump is an undiplomatic asshole and he's just made enemies of like Canada and the UK. It's that these countries have let in a ton of fucking immigrants who are all pro-terrorists. Like, they're all terrorist supporters. They all hate Israel. So if they end up supporting the U.S. in this war, they're thinking, oh shit, we're going to lose the vote from our terrorists that we let in. So that's what they're thinking. I don't think there's anything the U.S. really could have done to better protect the Strait of Hormuz. Like, again, they're going to win. It's not like, oh, well, they lost the war. What are you going to do? Like, no, Iran's getting absolutely fucking clapped. It's just that, yeah, there's a temporary increase in oil cost because they are still creating problems in the Strait with some of the drone attacks. And I don't know what you mean by wasting Patriot missiles. Like, yeah, there's a finite supply of Patriot missiles, and Ukraine isn't getting some of the Patriot missiles that they need. Like, it is what it is. But the Iran thing is more important for worldwide peace and, ensuring that either it prevents a war with China or just makes a war with China much easier, less costly. So that's kind of more important than supplying Ukraine with enough Patriot missile systems. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Human supremacy can suck my ass, no tellers. Do you still practice the piano, or did you give that up like a loser? I gave it up. JK, I've been playing for a while now and love it. I heard Piano for All is an effective and cheap website. I don't think I have enough time right now. Maybe I'll pick it up later, but I don't think I have enough time. Thanks for the donation. Human supremacy can suck my ass. Dodo donated $2. What better evidence can you have that Iran is purposefully targeting civilian infrastructure and it's not just some rogue soldiers? Bahrain foils IRGC linked cell. Authorities in Bahrain have arrested 5 men accused of operating sleeper cell for Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Investigators say the suspects photographed sites, including hotels, sent coordinates to Iran for potential missile and drone targeting. Well, yeah. That is what Iran does. And just like Hamas, they also use human shields, like the preschool right next to the military base with missile launchers. The chickens are incubating. That's pretty nice. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Those are really good chickens.
Joey meant.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh. Someone's a sleepy boy.
I'm about to give birth to a song for Joey. Me, 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 me. Joey, Joey, Joseph, Joey persists. Joseph, Joey, Joe. Joey, Joseph, Joey, Joe. Joe.
Oh, he's so sentient. Can tell he's hearing or singing because he's sentient. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
I don't know if he liked your song.
You like it?
Oh, wow.
Joey, you're so cute. I'm so in love with you.
I'm in love with him too. Oh, she's yawning. That's a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though. Retard donated $2. Vegan Gains reacting to Mark Carney.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl gas.
Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Yeah, I guess I kind of am like Alex Jones in that way. Thanks for the donation, retard. RV donated $2. If Carney is so bad and useless, why he is pulling 10, 15 points ahead of the conservatives? Because Canadians are fucking stupid. Like, I don't know what the hell, like, buddy, people play Fortnite. All right? Like, isn't the best reviewed, like, series on Metacritic fucking Cory in the House? Like, I mean, just because, like, fucking Taylor Swift is, like, the, most richest music producer on the fucking planet. Just because something's popular, it doesn't mean it's good. So, thanks for the donation, RV.
And liberals say they're against fascism.
Oh no, they're very much pro-fascist so long as it helps get them votes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. $882, Richard. I found your religion. Is it the butt-worshipping religion? It's gonna be the one about butts, right?
World leaders who condemn the Islamic Republic of Iran but never actually do shit fucking die. Cause you're a waste of this world's fucking oxygen, bitch ass fuck. Who the fuck is you? Amen.
That definitely wouldn't be my religion because it involves prayer. If I were to follow any religion, it would be a Crom cultist. Thanks for the donation, though, eh?
I made another masterpiece for you, buddy.
Thanks for the donation, dumbass. I'll save that one. That's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
But he eventually told the detectives a new story that sounded even more ridiculous.
Tell me how the gun goes off. It just happened so fast. I had it in my hand. I really don't know. I was just standing next to Ethan. I don't know, but I heard it. Oh.
To paint a picture of Connor's second story, he is now saying that once he and his friends entered his house, he decided to show off his new gun when it unexpectedly fired. This story could explain how the first shot went off, but what about the second shot?
I've got two guys that are both been shot in the head, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, how does that happen as an accident? That's what I want you to explain to me.
With just a little bit of pushback from the detectives, Connor gave in and told them everything.
You know what? I need to be honest with you guys. I just needed you. Oh my God. Oh, okay. I've had homicidal thoughts for so long. I went up to Ethan and just. I'm sorry for lying. You guys are really sorry. I know it's gonna sound really like psychopathic and just like straight up disgusting and weird, but the idea of murder is just super interesting for me. I don't know why. I don't know why it is. I don't know why. What did you think you were going to be able to achieve to help you by doing this tonight? Was it something you felt you had to do to be able to get?
His parents should have just got him a VR headset.
This pressure off of you? Yes, you said it right there. Those are the exact words.
As far as Connor could tell, there was no rhyme or reason for his urge to commit murder. That being said, the detectives wondered why he didn't try to kill his third friend, the one who was in the bathroom during the shooting.
I think he closed the bathroom door, and I thought it was risky to either shoot through the door or go, because he locked the door. Okay. And I'm really glad. I'm so glad that he closed the door and I didn't kill him. I'm so evil.
Firearm probably wasn't the best move. But according to her, she had no idea about her son's name. Firearm is buying her. In retrospect, Johnny's buying her mentally ill and underage son a firearm probably wasn't the best move. But according to her, she had no idea about her son's dangerous mental state and didn't see a problem with buying him a gun.
What was the reason for buying the gun?
He wanted to get it.
However, the investigation would later show that Connor was seeing a psychiatrist for severe anxiety and other mental issues. Johnny's also allowed Connor to self-medicate at home with marijuana and alcohol, but this result...
This is a very responsible parent. Clearly. Mentally ill, needs a psychiatrist or a psychotherapist or whatever. Lets him smoke weed and drink alcohol and buys him a gun. Right. Great idea. Genius.
A hearing was held to decide whether or not the defense could introduce a certain witness during the trial, Dr. Doug Bremner. Dr. Bremner is a professor of psychiatry and radiology at Emory University School of Medicine. His professional opinion was that at the time of the murder, Connor was in a state of psychosis due to his acne treatment.
Director of Counterintelligence resigned today and blamed Israel for Iran. Actually wild accusation. This guy is a total chameleon and was a hawk against Iran a year ago. Who the fuck knows?
These people are usually just motivated by money. So there's probably some kind of money that's exchanging hands, or like there's some sort of financial motivation. Decided to resign from my position, Director of National Counterterrorism. Yeah, Trump was talking about this. This guy is a fucking scumbag. Usually when Trump says shit about people, it's usually silly and he has like stupid, weird conflicts with people. But this guy is actually like a fucking retarded cunt. And I mean, just look at the dude. So yeah, usual suspect kind of dipshit, just dumbass. What does his profile say? Father of two amazing boys, husband, retired Green Beret, combat veteran, Gold Star, husband. There's always something weird when I just see like beta male. I get beta male vibes from somebody. It has like the gayest fucking profile. And then like you hear Green Beret, combat veteran. It's, like I don't know. Something is just off about that. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo, $90, amazing.
Stop eating eggs is awful advice.
Would it be funny if Ukraine takes him out? Kremlin declined to comment on a report by the Kuwaiti newspaper Al Jazeera claiming that Iran's new supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei is receiving medical treatment in Moscow. Outlet reported that Khamenei was recently flown to Moscow in a Russian military aircraft March 12th, where he reportedly underwent a successful operation and was recovering at a private clinic inside. Yeah, who knows? The guy seems fucked up either way. This is peak degeneration. I would not do that. So dumb.
You chug this buzzball for $100?
$100?
Yeah.
The whole thing?
Chug this entire buzzball for $100. You down? You down?
Yeah.
Here we go. Oh my god.
Keep chugging.
Is that urinal fluid or
While
something?
you're doing that, I'm gonna bet a coin flip on winner to make my money back, and boom. Yeah. How's it taste?
Great.
Wow.
What is that?
Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, dude. It's hitting?
It's headed. Okay. There.
Oh my god.
Almost there.
Oh.
Yeah. Sip.
Close it out.
You got it. You're him. One more sip.
Holy shit.
I'm gonna be blacked out soon. I'm not gonna...
You chug this
Is that an alcoholic drink? Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This opinion was based on a study Dr. Bremner conducted in 2005, which concluded that the chemical in Connor's acne treatment had major effects on the human brain.
There's a brain on the left before treatment, and then after 3 months of treatment, you can see there's a visible decrease in function in the...
People do actually go insane from Accutane. It's been proven that it does increase risk of suicide. It does something, at least to some people. So it's plausible that his Accutane treatment might have made him go nuts.
upper part of the brain. Why is that important? What are you talking about? Because we know that that part of the brain is involved in depression and also impulsivity.
Even right on the packaging, it mentions a possibility of psychosis and violent behavior. Apparently, Connor had used this treatment in the past, long before the shooting, but had to stop because it was affecting him emotionally. However, in January of 2023, 1 year before the shooting, he started using it again. The defense claimed that this was the start of his concerning behavior, and over time, the homicidal thoughts slowly set in. Connor's history with his
It's entirely plausible.
acne treatment, along with the fact that the prosecution couldn't pinpoint a motive, led Bremner to believe that Connor was experiencing a psychotic episode at the time of the shooting. However, the prosecution began questioning Dr. Bremner, and it became clear that his opinion was based on generalities and possibilities, not Connor's personal experience.
Said he was psychotic because he was taking the Accutane. I need you to draw a line and explain to me how Connor Hilton taking the Accutane made him insane at the time of...
Really, that guy is former Jean Bray like Isiak.
Yeah, apparently. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
the offense.
But we know that Accutane can cause psychosis.
In Connor Hilton.
And that's what happened with him.
Have you ever performed a brain scan of Connor Hilton?
No.
To discredit Dr. Bremner's opinion even further, they pointed to a more recent study from November of 2023 that said Connor's acne treatment does not cause an increased risk of psychosis. They believed that Connor's state of mind was crystal clear based on his general wherewithal when the authorities arrived at the scene, and his ability to tell right from wrong.
Dear God, I'm going to hell.
So evil.
It was up to the judge to decide what Dr. Bremner's role would be in Connor's trial. It was determined that Dr. Bremner was allowed to testify for the defense, but only during the penalty phase, which would only take place if Connor is found guilty.
Basically, the judge has ruled that it's not admissible to determine whether or not Connor is guilty, but it should be admissible in terms of mitigation. Mitigation meaning trying to lower the punishment that the jury gives him potentially.
Armin only tellers that spoiled Tina's so retarded. If you want to kill someone, at least kill a no good, stupid asshole while you're friends. I guess because it's easier. Yeah, just, you know, dumbass kid. Thanks for the donation, Harmon. 21st donated, let me see.
React to this.
Let's talk about...
You know what? Whatever. I'm unlifting the ban. All right.
Oh. Lean. Okay. Always lean. 2008. Since started on YouTube videos. 2008. Almost 18 years. Uploading this cringe content for the world to share and see. Look at that rig at the back, man.
Is it fine to take tests without GH, or is it stupid? Yeah, it's totally fine. Like, growth hormone's expensive, and, like, again, it's very easy for literally anybody can afford TRT. It's so inexpensive. You're literally talking about like 15, 30 USD per month. Like, that's it. Growth hormone, that's going to cost you several hundreds of dollars. So that's a cost that a lot of people can't really swallow. So, and your tolerability for growth hormone might also be pretty low.
AI did it. I single-handedly made him lift the ban on DurianRider. LOL, none of you other fuckers did it. This was all me niggers.
No, it wasn't all you. I've actually been convinced at this point that he didn't rape that chick, Hannah Chloe. I've come across new evidence where it's pretty clear he didn't rape her, and it's just some bullshit she made up so that, I don't know, she wouldn't be embarrassed sleeping with DurianRider or something, or she was like cheating or some shit. Thanks for the donation, though, 21st.
Damn, look at that. Look at that. Bikes and Nikes. All you need, bro. All you need, guys, all right? You young man out there, forget shit.
Holy shit, how many years has it been since you watched a DurianRider video on stream? Like literally before COVID, if I recall correctly? 2018 or some shit?
Yeah, it's been a while. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
chicks, focus on bikes and Nikes. Get yourself sorted, and then move into chicks later on in life once you got yourself, once you know who you are, what you want, etc. Okay? So yeah, sound advice. I think that's why I've had such success with women, is because I'm a very late starter, and I got myself in the Nikes, in the bikes, and the personal passions and stuff like that, and then goes. Anyway, that's not topic of the video. Just talk about TRT. Beetroot powder, baby, sugar, good stuff. TRT. Now, this isn't medical advice. This is my experience from using anabolic steroids for over a decade now, 11 years, on and off, on and off.
If I slept with a man and felt embarrassed, I would have just not said anything and denied having sex with him at all. Yeah, that seems a lot more reasonable. So yeah. I don't know why that's so difficult. Like, it's just the fucking mindset that certain people have is just crazy.
Nigger, admit I was right all along. I told you that cunt was lying about it so her cuck boyfriend Norwegian wouldn't get upset. I told you he obviously didn't rape her. LOL, she wanted to have sex with him. What is this new evidence you're talking about?
Somebody who is more closely involved with some of this said they saw text messages between DurianRider and Hannah Chloe right after this shit happened, and it's obvious nothing happened. They didn't have any problems. There was no animosity or bad blood between the two, and this shit only ended up popping up like, you know, months or like a year or more later, where I don't know if she was dating Norwegian at the time and she ended up cheating on him or something, or it, like, again, it's just kind of an embarrassing situation. Who the fuck knows? But yeah, thanks for the donation there, 21st. DurianRider's behavior is still like fucking unhinged and retarded. The way he dealt with that whole situation is like beyond stupid, but yeah, I'm convinced now that he's just a retarded dumbass. And that's all that is. That's all there is to it, but yeah, that's basically what that is. Thanks for that donation there, 21st. No 18-year-old claimed that DurianRider raped her.
Sorry to all the people that nigger banned over the years for saying so-called he who shall not be named's name and the cucks that went along with it, mini-modding in chat and shit. Fuck you white knight cucks. There will be so much content to come.
Yeah, it's a shame. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Last time I ran a cycle was back in late 2022 when I was 85 kilos. Current today, sitting at 72 kilos. So I've never used TRT. Definition of TRT is you don't come off, you stay on. I've never had any PCT or anything like that. I don't believe in those things. I think they're dangerous person. That's my personal opinion. And I always found.
So HCG is definitely a drug that's less well tolerated and has more side effects and potentially more risks than testosterone. So if you don't need HCG for fertility or any other reason, then just don't take it. Just stay on testosterone.
Found that.
So I would agree. There's no reason to ever come off. There's no reason to take HCG unless you need something for like fertility or some shit.
I never use any AI blockers, estrogen blockers ever, because my diet is so low in fat, so low in protein that estrogen just balances itself out. And if your estrogen is high, just
if you're taking an appropriate TRT dose, you do not need an estrogen blocker. It's really rare that anybody ever needs an aromatase inhibitor when on TRT. There's some people that just hyper aromatize for whatever reason. It's rare, but it happens. And if you're very overweight, that can also increase aromatization. But I've been able to tolerate doses of testosterone up to 350 milligrams per week, and I don't need an AI. My nipples get a little sensitive and like itchy at that dose, but like I'm not developing gyno or anything. So I still like to lower my estrogen a little bit just because of the nipple sensitivity. But yeah, I can tolerate a dose up to like 350 without an AI. And I wouldn't say that I eat as low a diet in fat as he does. Like my diet is still fairly low fat, but not quite as low as his. So aromatization is it's about adipose tissue. That's the biggest risk factor. If you have excess adipose tissue, you're going to aromatize more.
Jump off for a few weeks, coming down. So I got tested recently. It's been a few months now since I used any tests, and I got tested, and my estrogen was like ultra low. Which is normal for me, always, running low estrogen when I'm natty. So, but there's big money in just selling more prescriptions and more things. And so who do you trust? Right? You trust people who are transparent. Well, who do I trust? I trust people who are transparent, all right? Who don't bullshit about what they've taken, the dosages they've taken, the duration. Just people who are just talking facts. Guys like Dan Bodybuilder in Thailand, they just, just not gatekeeping, not scared what people think about them, just telling them exactly what they've done. So that's good stuff. Right? That's how you learn from people like that. Now, obviously, I disagree with Dan on the diet part and stuff like that, but he's hearing his experiments with anabolics.
Made a video saying that an NFL player wasn't a rapist and said about the victim. He said she just wanted a payout, but she never sued for money. So that's I made a video disagreeing. I got banned by this former vegan. Didn't even say anything. Asked if he was still vegan, and he banned me. Okay.
Over the years, it's good to hear.
Wait. Oh, he and his then girlfriend harassed me because I made a video about him and he was pissed. Went crazy threatening me, making up rumors in my comment section that my parents kicked me out due to me taking drugs. Are you talking about DurianRider or someone else?
And that's how you learn. Right? Some people out there lie about it. I don't take TRT. Why don't I take TRT? I find myself a hyper responder to testosterone. I pack on the muscle. Now some people are like, hang on, you look scrawny, you look skinny. For me, my natural weight is like 50. I'm 6 foot tall, 183. All right. My natural weight as a natty in cycling and running is 59 kilos to like 63. That's my natural weight. Put a bit of test in me, a little bit of tren, maybe 50 milligrams a week of tren, 100, 200 milligrams a week of test. I'm going up to like 70s, high 70s, up into the 80s. If I stay on, I go up into the 80s. Okay. So I gained like over 20 kilos of lean muscle just from, under 500 milligrams a week of compounds,
One of my friends moved to Adelaide, was friends during DurianRider. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I know he has a history with threatening people. I know that.
So it's just like, I'm a hyper responder. So for me, one, I don't feel the need to take TRT, okay? And two, if I did take it, my weight would keep creeping up, which is the negative to what I'm doing with cycling and running. And it's all about watts per kilo. I don't train enough to be using that stuff, TRT, and to be like low 60s. That would be, that would even be possible. I don't think it would be possible for me. So for me, why I have breaks on juice is to keep my weight from going up, okay? Because from 70 kilos to 75 kilos is a huge difference in running. Like if I sit at 69 to 72 kilos, that's when I can do PRs, running and cycling. Ideally less than that. But over 72 kilos, then my genetics, I'm not a high power sort of guy like some people out there. They can just push 400 watts, 450 watts, and they're like 80 kilos or whatever. But so it's just anyway, we're digressing here. I'm a low weight person. Like 60 kilos to me, I can sit at 60 kilos, 6 foot, and cruise all down that. But I have to be natty to about low weight. Once you start prepping in some compounds, weight's coming up, anabolics. So people out there go, I'm on TRT, I'm trying to lose weight. And I'm like, that's the worst thing you can take, is freaking testosterone for weight loss. Like, no way, bro. Testosterone's anabolic, bro, okay? Testosterone was designed to give to prisoner of war people who've been rescued or burns victims in hospital to prevent weight loss, okay? It's testosterone, DECA, D-bol, all these anabolics, anabolic growth. It's not for weight loss, bro, okay? So people are like, I'm trying to get abs, I want TRT, I'm bloated as heck, what do I do? Take more AIs? No, dude, don't take any of that stuff, in my opinion. Get off it all, be natty, do my protocols, and you'll be lean out. And then, if you want to get that Ziz style physique or some sort of transformation, it's a lot better if you're lean, you lean gain, versus be a big estrogen bomb, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, okay? Disagree with that? Cool. It just makes more sense. Because otherwise, if you've got all this extra fat on you, your estrogen is already going to be most likely high, and then you're going to dump in some test, which is going to aromatize, transfer into estrogen.
I warned her that he isn't a great guy, and she was like, nah. I asked if she was still friends with him, and she was like, no, don't like him at all. Haha, yeah. Some people have to find out the hard way.
So you got more estrogen. Now you hold more weight. You got these chipmunk cheeks, and you got these titties, and you got a little belly dancer belly and stuff like that. And that's cool. I'm not knocking anyone. I'm just saying, but a lot of guys don't go for that look. You know, if you've got that look like a belly dancer, you know, if you look like an Arabic belly dancer girl, and you're a guy and you don't want that look, then I'm going to say, get off the test, okay? Get off the test and get on my protocols of diet, nutrition, training. Because I see it all the time, man. Dudes jump on sauce, and I think they're going to get ripped and stuff.
I'm gonna make a DurianRider vegan gains call. Debate happen at some point. For sure. It'll happen. I'm not gonna bombard you with content to react to from him today, but over time I'll be sending you some stuff to react to because he posts good shit.
I'm fine with you sending me some interesting videos he makes here and there. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Holy shit, VG reacting to Sugarman before GTA 6.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
And they get bloated and puffy and gyno and stuff. And you can still get gyno if you're ultra lean as well, but that's a lot harder. But yeah, so just don't do that. So that's what the reason people say, oh, I was on TRT. I am not on TRT. I've never taken TRT. Definition of TRT is you stay on. The longest I've stayed on for is like probably 3 months or more. Actually, probably 4 or 5 months, and that was like way above TRT dosage. That's how I got to 85 kilos. So, and TRT isn't trend. TRT isn't adding some D-bol in there. TRT isn't stacking compounds. That's not TRT. TRT's around 80 to 120, 150.
So he's been fucking around. I thought he was just on testosterone. So he was fucking around with tren and D-bol.
Milligram a week, continuously for like at least over a year, I'd say. That's my definition of TRT, which I've never done. Will I take TRT one day in the future? I'm not ruling it out, but for right now, for my goals with cycling and running, being a weekend warrior, trying to crack into the 15s and 5,000 meter, every kilo I can drop of muscle, because obviously I don't have much fat, fat to lose. So for me, dropping weight is only from muscle, and that's the easiest way for me to do that is, stay away from testosterone and stay away from the gym, etc. So now, where I've used testosterone and stuff like that, I find that microdosing, microdosing for me as a hyper responder of anabolic steroids. You can watch my videos before 2014, before using it. My voice is different, everything's just, the vibe's different.
Are we farming his ments now?
Don't know if we're gonna react to him regularly because he's still a jackass, but occasionally we'll pop in. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The musculature is different. I look a lot older now, more mature now, because once you start taking these anti-aging drugs, you look older, you look more mature, because it's like puberty, you hit a second puberty, okay? So you get more of a daddy vibe, all right? These things create like a second puberty, if you know, you know. And where are we going with this? So don't take this stuff if you're looking for weight loss, all right? So now, what I was saying before is I've used, as a hyper responder of testosterone, these things increase my red blood cell count a lot, okay? So it's like,
I have not had a substantive increase in my red blood cell count. It doesn't do much. I think I went from like a 46 hematocrit to a 48. RBC was like also like RBC specifically was barely different. It hasn't really changed anything much. I've even been on Boldenone in. People can argue about what is and isn't high dose, but I've been on 200 milligrams of Boldenone, which I would consider high dose considering how potent of an AI it is. And my hematocrit actually and RBC actually went down, which was surprising because Boldenone has a reputation for being the second most potent steroid for increasing your hematocrit. Anadrol's the only one that's got it has a stronger effect in that regard. But my hematocrit actually went down when I was on Boldenone. And I was on higher doses of test, so which is kind of good. Like it's good to just get the anabolic effect and not all these other side effects, but and I would consider myself a hyper responder. Like I've made pretty ridiculous fucking gains. Like I'll show you just where's the thing. Like literally this is a 2-month difference and I was only on 210 milligrams of test. So I gained 20 pounds of muscle in only 2 months on 210 milligrams test. So I had a pretty huge response in anabolism without a big increase in RBC. Dodo donated $3. Let me see.
Nothing like rabid Republican idiots in Tennessee. Monday, during a hearing on the House Naming and Designating Committee, this actually happened. They were talking about an honor for Charlie Kirk. Literally, a proposal to designate a day in honor of Charlie Kirk. You know, the racist leader of Turning Point USA who was shot and killed in Utah. Well, Republican.
I don't think Charlie Kirk was all that racist. He's like rich white guy racist, not Midwest small town white dude racist. You know what I mean?
Nigga don't cope, I don't care if he's a jackass. Frank is a worse jackass and we react to him nearly daily. At least Harley is vegan and doesn't have meat business that your hate watchers can go and support like you know who.
You do make a good point. You know, whatever. Thanks for the donation, 21st. You're on testosterone Y, performance enhancement. I want to get jacked. What's rich white guy racist? Like, what I mean by rich white guy racist is you're talking about somebody who's kind of like, they don't hate black people or anything. It's just that they have a more palatable kind of racist take where they think, like, in general, there's a lot of dumbass black people, and they think probably your average black person is more of a dumbass retard than your average white person, but they're fine with black people as long as they prove themselves to be like smart or something. That's what I mean by like rich white guy racist. Small town, like brokey Midwest white guy racist, that's where you get like, I hate all these N-words, they better stay out of my town, I don't care, like they don't care if you're actually a decent person or anything. Like if your skin's black, they just hate you. I don't think Charlie Kirk was like that. I think he's just rich white guy racist where it's like, yeah, he probably thinks like black people on average are like bigger dumbasses or something, but I don't think he'd have a problem with somebody if they're black, if they're able to prove to him that like they're, you know, fine people.
Gino Bulso, who was supporting the bill, engaged in a heated debate with Democrats Vincent Dixie and Justin Jones. They argued that passing this bill would be an absolute embarrassment to Tennessee. Watch this.
This is a bill that would designate September 10 on our state calendar as Charlie Kirk Day. As all of you know, Charlie Kirk was tragically assassinated on September 10 of last year, 2025, doing
That'd be really weird timing with September 11th.
what he became so famous for doing, which was engaging young people on college campuses in civil discourse about issues of politics and current affairs. He's someone who I think is a luminary, not just for young folks, but for all of us in public life. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand ready for questions.
Mr. Dixie.
Thank you. If this is an opportunity for us to get this right and maybe have a conversation. This person was not a luminary. He was very divisive. And he was, if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he said that if he saw a black pilot on a plane, he would wonder if they were qualified. And I don't understand why we would be honoring a person that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he was, like, I know there's the defense that, he was talking about DEI initiatives, but it's just a bizarre thing to say, you know? So, yeah, he was a little racist. Not like, you know, white supremacist racist, but a little racist. Sleepy donated $2. Let me see. Found Frank Tufano's eBay account. Slow day, so I figured I should post this account publicly since Frank has publicly talked about eBay in his videos. Here's eBay. If you don't believe me, look at his reviews. Frank always complains about people screwing him over, but he's actively screwing people over outside of his Frankie's free range meat business. No 97% positive feedback. Sent me the wrong color, ordered white. They sent me sand color, never responded to me after several attempts to remedy the issue. He's selling random junk on eBay? Steer clear of the seller. They shipped me the wrong item, didn't respond to any contact that I made with him, had eBay to initiate return process. Took a really long time to realize they didn't have the item in stock. Zero communication, no reply for update on shipping after a week after purchase. Not top seller behavior. Do not deal with the seller buyer. One item and paid promptly. Seller sent wrong item, completely different model, refused. Let me return the drill set. Did get a refund eventually, thanks to eBay. Never shipped. Yeah, he's got a... More of these bad reviews seem recent, too. It looks like he has a really long streak of good reviews, and only recently he has some bad reviews. I think he's gotten more and more desperate for money, and that's why he's doing some of the eBay selling stuff. There's actually an update on some of his financial situation we can take a look at right now. So, American Express National Bank is suing Frank. You're being sued in court. If you wish to defend against the claim set forth in the following pages, you must take action within 20 days after this complaint and notice served by entering a written appearance, personally or by attorney, and filing in writing with court your defense or objections to the claim set forth against you. So, plaintiffs is American Express National Bank, American Express Nationwide Bank, and our laws, blah, blah, blah. Defendant Frank Tufano, an adult individually located, blah, blah, blah. Plaintiff provided credit to defendant through an American Express Amazon Business Prime card, American Express Blue Business Plus card, American Express Blue Business Plus credit card, American Express Simply Cash Plus Business credit card, American Express Gold card. So he has like 5 different credit cards. The agreements for the American Express Amazon Business Prime, blah, blah, blah. So where does it say, so pay all amounts charged by the account by either Tufano or any additional card member, additional account user. So he owes money. It was a crazy amount. It was like $350,000 across all cards. At the time of default, Tufano was and remain indebted to American Express in the amount of $9,126 as reflected on the statement of account attached. Hereto and marked Exhibit B, Amazon Business Prime Card. The substance of the Amazon Business Prime Card statements include without limitation any all charges. Although demand has been made upon Tufano for payment of the balance of $9,000 something, Tufano has failed and refuses to pay same. Let's see. So I think they go through each card individually. Oh, yeah. At the time of default, Tufano was and remained indebted to American Express in the amount of $342,682.11, as reflected on the statement of account attached hereto and marked Exhibit D, the Blue Business Plus card statement. So, holy shit. Across all his lines of credit, he owes American Express nearly $350,000, according to this lawsuit. So, that kind of explains some of his crazy, odd behavior with like the eBay selling stuff. Him just selling weird, odd items that have nothing to do with his Frankie's free range meat business. I think he's just trying to scrape together little bits of cash to like stay afloat or something. The weird insurance claims he keeps making, like, again, I don't have any proof that he's deliberately trying to commit fraud or anything, but like, it's interesting that this guy supposedly is nearly $350,000 in credit card debt. And then he keeps claiming like all these insurance companies are screwing him over. He's like trying to use his homeowner's insurance for his roof. I think he tried to use his homeowner's insurance for some like electrical thing. He's crashed multiple fucking cars at this point and kept complaining about like not getting enough insurance payout for it. He's made like several insurance claims for his warehouse with the like cooling system and stuff. It's a little weird, the behavior with like all these different insurance claims. So yeah, he's down bad. Apparently, according to that lawsuit.
Isn't Trail murdered Charlie Kirk?
No, I don't think they did. Thanks for the donation though, Ton. I donate $2. Love how he's wearing a t-shirt that says vegan compassion while advocating for TGE experimentation of deadly spiders. Well, I'm not saying he's wrong, just funny. 102.
So we have a picture here. What's going on with the kidney huntsman? So my tip for Cassandra for Wagga Wagga is you got to spray your house with as much cancer-causing pesticides as possible. Fumigate the fuck out of it. That's what you basically got to do. Fumigate your house with as much cancer-causing pesticides as possible. Probably not a fucking good idea though. So I'll go the organic method. Alright? Because everyone knows fucking pesticides are fucked up. But you don't get bitten by those kidney-eating fucking huntsmen. So I use a stainless wire gauge. Now I've got it. You want to have 3 loops, right? 3 loops. Don't ask me why. That's just what has been done to deal with this huntsman. I wrap this around my kidney, and he got an Aussie shovel. It's got to have a mallee fucking handle. Mallie's an Aussie tree, and you have that iron base. So the huntsmans don't like I don't know if it's the conductivity or whatever, the iron and the mallee, well, they don't like it. It's a real repellent. So it's a good organic method. I wrap this around this. I have the shovel next to my kidney, and that's all right. People say, what the fuck, your kidney? These spiders live on human kidney flesh. That's all they fucking eat. The brown-legged kidney huntsman, backpackers get fucked over every year because backpackers from Germany, Switzerland, Spain, Belgium, Holland, whatever, they come over here thinking, yeah, Aussie, fucking go.
What the fuck is he talking about? He sleeps with a shovel lying on himself to protect from spiders? What? Thanks for the donation, eh? That's fucking bizarre. 21st $20 get one of these for Gummy.
This woman had built her cat a secret tunnel and wanted to show it to him for the first time. But he was scared to go in there at first, so the woman gently pushed him forward. Then she stepped outside to show where the long tunnel led to. And it ended in a large outside cat house that she had custom made herself. Because today was the day her cat would see.
Yeah, it seems nice. I'd like to make something like that for Gummy. That'd be cool. Wanted you to react to this one a long time ago, but your fuse very creepy and minty. Okay, maybe a bit later. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
And that doesn't happen for everybody, but it happens to me. Even like 100 milligram a week of test, like he's going to jack up my freaking hemoglobin, significantly, like up into the 170s, 180s. Okay, now as a running cyclist, that's a good thing, but. So yeah, but a lot of people don't get that effect. I get that effect, okay? A lot of Caucasians get it, over 30s get it. Why? I don't know. We don't know. I don't know. No one I've read or asked knows, but it's an effect of that. So that's where I found even just a micro dose, just one pin of 100 milligram a week out of nowhere is going to jack up. It's going to.
Is Rad 140 liver toxic and neuroprotective? How accurate is this? I have no idea what it does to your brain. Most SARMs are going to be liver toxic. I wouldn't recommend taking SARMs because they're just worse drugs than steroids. So if you want to take an oral steroid, my number one recommendation would be Anavar. It's the safest. It's the least liver toxic oral steroid. It's also very potent. Really, really good side effect profile. Makes you feel fucking amazing. Really increases strength. Makes you look leaner, harder, veiny. It's great. So yeah, I wouldn't bother fucking with SARMs. They're not as good, and they're more dangerous, and they're stupid.
Drop 30, 40 seconds off my 5,000 meter time potentially. Also on race day, I've found that 20 milligrams of or 10 milligrams of tren on race day, man, it makes your freaking muscles like just your whole posterior chain just activate even better. So tren is a huge performance enhancer in my experience for running and cycling. The posterior chain, everything just links in like a freaking transformer, and you're like boom, like within 10, 20 minutes of you pitting that 10 milligram of tren, 20 milligram of tren, you are noticing like just locking in. It's like the power when you're running. It's like RoboCop, man, fucking Robo.
That's kind of weird. A lot of people end up having breathing issues, at least post-injection with tren.
RoboCop shit. And people say the tren kills your cardio. It's like, yeah, if you're some protein guzzler, bro, 100 milligram a week of tren, like 90 plus 100 kilos, your cardio's gonna be shit anyway. You know, all that meat and stuff in your gut. It's just gonna be like you're bloated. The more bloated your gut is, the shitter your cardio is. So low protein, low fat creates that cinched waist like you see with me. And I'm after full day eating here. All right. So you can sort of see, full day of eating. But in the morning, so if I went to do a time trial now, I'd be like, you want to get the stomach empty, and when you have all that protein and stuff in there, it just sits there. That's why you see those guys who are lean, or even the chicks, man. See the girls from the back here, the back shots, like, wow, she looks in shape, and she turns around, you're like, wow, she's got a slim stomach, but it's so distended. And that's all that protein, the shakes and all that shit, just sitting in there. Incredibly powerful performance enhancer, because it just kills the pain in your legs. So yes, paracetamol, I'd say one of the best in terms of the anabolics. And then you have things like paracetamol. Yes, paracetamol, very dangerous for your liver. Painkiller, used by grandma. Incredibly powerful performance enhancer, because it just kills the pain in your legs. So once you go into that lactate burn, when you're really sizzling your legs, that 100 milligram of paracetamol, not recommending it, because again, it's just bad for your liver. But man, it's like, it's freaking 99 cents in Sainsbury's or Coles. It's crazy. But it's a crazy performance enhancer, paracetamol. And I've used it before. It's like, holy crap. Which I like the feeling of pain, in racing and training, because it's sort of like this mind thing, so I like having some pain, because it makes you harder as a person. So you just have a painkiller, it's just like you get numb to the experience. But I understand people do it on race day. I'll definitely use it, and it's definitely going to drop some palm off your stuff. But I believe in training not to use those things. I believe using mental things to deal with pain. It makes you stronger as a person. It makes you a better person. But yeah, painkillers are crazy effective PE. I don't take TRT. Maybe one day.
So that might explain some of his weirdly aggressive behavior where he threatens people. He might be periodically on tren, and he's more unhinged than normal. And he's kind of sensitive to the aggressive effects of tren.
I might, if I was a bit into more muscle gains, the more muscle look, I get that. It's a cool aesthetic to have. But right now, me trying to get into the 15s, TRT, ain't going to be doing me any favors. It's going to slow me down. Because you get the red blood cell boost. Yeah, I can get that from not doing TRT, just from one pin of 100 milligram a week for like 2 or 3 weeks, or just one off 250 milligrams, going to jack up my hemoglobin considerably for 4 to 5 weeks, almost like a erythropoietin effect. Yeah, I've never used EPO. Because the main reason why I'd never used it is because I get the same freaking effect from testosterone. Testosterone and anaphase specifically. So it's crazy. But I have had friends who've used EPO, and man, it freaking turns people into crazy boost. So again, all these people out there thinking these top level athletes are natty, these world records and stuff, this is all pharmaceutical supported, okay? But again, steroids will never make you lean, like most steroid users, and a lot of steroid users are not lean, and the ones who can get lean for competition or whatever, they starve themselves, they're miserable, unless they're eating like I recommend. And then you're happy, you feel great, and life's great. So that's why I do recommend eat what I eat, what I recommend to eat. Then I'm like, hey, I'm gaining weight, and I'm going slow on the bike and run. So it doesn't make any sense. Body has to go up, your has to go down. Because I've ran,
You didn't stop being a cuck simp beta gay bitch when you divorced Rockman. You stopped that today when you stopped believing a dumb lying bitch Hannah Chloe who lied about being raped. Mr. I believe all women. Until today you've been a beta cuck bitch.
I never had the stance of believe all women. Shut up. Thanks for the donation, 21st. Thoughts on retatrutide? It's a great drug. Really effective for weight loss.
Yay, I agree he's delusional. I think that's a made-up spider BTW. But be fair to him, he lives in a country where you have to check your shoes every time you put them on.
That'd just be terrible. Ugh. Dude, the spiders in Australia are just something else. Thanks for the donation, eh?
It's like strawberry jam.
If you like your Kellogg's with the strawberry and you feel like there's not enough strawberry in your cornflakes, crush this up. This is exactly it. Yeah. Okay. Next we have sesame seaweed crackers, I think. Can you give me one? Thank you. Okay. Very fragrant.
Yeah, wow.
Sesame. Sesame and the seaweed.
Yeah, wow. Killer combo.
No, this is really good.
Yeah.
Tastes like sweet too.
I reckon there's a slight of sugar.
Right now, is there any eating? It's fine.
Say no, you didn't know.
Oh, well, with you, so it's fine. Anyways, it's not messy. It's a dry snack. Okra. Squash. That's what your canine teeth are for. Okay, so mushroom.
It's weird how they're feeding each other. What do they do? I don't understand how they make money.
Not be like a project.
Neither of their, well, yeah, they do OnlyFans, right? Okay, yeah, that. Yeah, I think it's the OnlyFans stuff.
Like, my bag is gone. Okay.
Yeah, it's the OnlyFans. That's it. I actually really like how OnlyFans exists. It's just, it's nice that there's an easy avenue to just make extra money for a lot of people, and it just allows you to have so much more freedom with what kind of line of work or free time you want. Because, like, the amount of people have been able to become full-time vegan activists because of it is pretty great.
Oh yeah, read the comments of this one.
Yeah, they upload pretty trash content. Yeah, but it's got to be OnlyFans. Your dad seems like a nice person. Nice you bring your grandpa around town to hang out with you. Damn, people can have a sugar daddy and this economy is wild. Hell yeah, just a passport bro doing his thing. Wow, the Rideman in China.
I was actually a video of a small footpath tiny forest area right next to daycare or something, and the guy was videoing the holes and spiders of sign of the most deadly in the world. There was more than 50 holes, I think. Right next to where children go.
That's weird. I'm not a big fan of spiders to begin with, but knowing that they can literally cause amputations, that would be awful. Thanks for the donation, eh?
No, go back to that fucking video and tack the part where they drop food on the train and pick it up and eat it, lol.
Oh, that's what they do?
What intrigued us about this is because it's freeze-dried okra, freeze-dried mushroom. What do you think this is? Squash.
They literally drop food on the train and eat it.
Okay. Okra. Sure, don't make a mess. Okay, that's what your canine teeth are for.
Anavar looks good, but Google says it can be liver toxic and cause ED. It is liver toxic, but it has it's the least liver toxic oral steroid. Depending on the dose you take, it's going to depend how long you can take it without experiencing any liver damage. If you're taking a pretty low dose, so like 5 to 10 milligrams, you can take that for very, very prolonged periods of time, like years even, without having any detectable liver damage. If you're taking like doses approaching 50 milligrams, then you probably only want to take it for like maybe 8 to 12 weeks, something like that, at a time. But it has a low level of toxicity. And it doesn't cause ED. You'll have erectile dysfunction taking Anavar if you only take Anavar, because it's going to suppress your natural testosterone production. If you're on testosterone and you take Anavar, it's not going to cause erectile dysfunction. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Weapons, what would happen?
If Israel laid down all of its weapons. Okay, they are committing a genocide and wait.
How dare you say, no, I gotta put, what is a genocide?
A genocide is when you are taking over a land and killing the people senselessly. Just
Was October 7th a genocide?
Okay.
Answer the question. When 1,300 Jews were killed in their homes, kibbutzes, and a music festival, was that a genocide?
No, because no.
By your own definition, it is.
It was a terrorist act. But it was a terrorist act, but this was all planned by the governments. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
No, you got to tell me, why was October 7th not a genocide?
Yeah, whatever. Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. 21st $20 to make money because DurianRider buys and sells sneakers and lives like a homeless person going dumpster diving and shit. And Michelle has over 1 million followers on Instagram with like tens of thousands of OnlyFans subs who watch her suck his baby. Oh my god. Well, as long as they're happy. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Okay, so mushroom. Do you taste the different flavors? Oh my gosh, there's even a fig in here.
Shit.
Oh, that's very much like
It's addictive, it's really good.
Yeah. Look how well preserved it is. Freeze dried. Oil free. Oh my gosh, I think this is a potato. And this is the cheapest thing. This surprised us. $45 Chinese dollars for this huge bag. But to be fair, these are a really good replacement for chips.
That actually looks good.
Potato crisps, fried chips. So yeah, using vegetables.
They're fucking weird. Yeah, I wouldn't eat food that I dropped on a fucking public transit seat where everybody puts their fucking ass.
I thought you died.
What the fuck?
You can really taste the flavors. So yeah, I guess we got it from Joyful Peanut at Silo Metro Station as we turn the corner. All the way down.
These people are just fucking bizarre. Just what a weird life.
If he's found guilty in the case. While we respectfully disagree with the judge, she gave us a good hearing. She listened to the evidence and she formed her opinion. We respect that.
Connor's trial was just weeks away at this point, and without an expert witness to support their claims, there was a high chance that he would be found guilty and potentially spend the rest of his life in prison. So just days later, Connor decided to take a plea deal.
How do you plead to each of these charges?
Guilty.
The deal was that if Connor pled guilty to murder, he would only serve 50 years in prison, and he would be eligible for parole in just 25 years.
The motivating factor above all was Connor. Connor wanted to plead guilty at that point. He didn't want the families to have to come down here and testify and go through everything that they would have to go through in a trial subject to cross-examination.
At the plea hearing, those affected by Connor's actions were given the opportunity to speak to him directly. The first person to take the stand was Benjamin Bleak, one of Connor's victims. What we haven't told you up until this point is that both Ethan and Ben were actually clinging to life when the first responders arrived at Connor's house. They were rushed to the nearest ER, and although Ethan had ultimately succumbed to his gunshot wound, Ben made a miraculous recovery. He was paralyzed on the right side of his body, so he spent over a month in physiotherapy, regaining his motor skills and physical strength. Eventually, he was able to walk, talk, and eat, but his memory from the night of the shooting never came back. He learned about the shooting and Ethan's death when he saw an online news article about it on his mom's phone. In Ben's own words, he was furious.
First of all, stop sniveling, stop crying. You did this to yourself. And secondly, the grief you have caused the Rileys and my own family, I will never forgive you.
After Ben's statement, his mom.
Kid Boo, $22. Let me see.
Sounds a pretty interesting character.
How many people did he murder?
How many people did he murder? I mean, how many people do you think he murdered? How many people did George
45
Bush
million,
murder?
more or less.
And what are you getting that number from?
How about the Chinese people themselves? Rough calculations of international organizations.
What
Mass
international-
graves.
What do you mean, the Victims of Communism Fund that literally puts out Nazi propaganda on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, wait. The Victims of Communism Fund is a what group?
You realize in the USSR, they list Nazi war deaths as victims of
Wait, hold on a
communism.
second. You're pro-Lenin too?
Yeah, I mean, Lenin did a lot of really great things for the USSR. They literally brought what was a feudal peasant society to be a major world superpower.
How
in a
about
matter
the
of a few
Ukrainian
decades.
famine? How was that?
What about the Ukrainian famine?
Like the 6 million people Lenin intentionally killed through forced starvation and famine?
I mean, it's pretty ridiculous to frame that as intentional, right? Like,
it was intentional.
Let's be real, right? There was a famine, and we can argue about the mismanagement of famines, but capitalists have mismanaged famines all the
Well,
time.
hold on a second. What is
Just
a,
look
what
at
is
the
a
Irish
kulak?
potato famine.
What's a kulak?
What do you think a kulak is?
I know what a kulak is. You tell me. You're the
No,
Marxist.
no, I want to know what you think
a kulak is someone that owned a certain piece of land that was not allowed to own that same piece of land because of Lenin and Stalin's government. And if they owned more than it, what happened to them?
And do you know what? Okay, let's.
No, just answer the question. I'm curious.
What did happen to them?
They went
Well,
to a
let's-
gulag. Do you believe those exist?
Yeah, 100% gulag.
How many people died in the gulag?
Do you know what a gulag
No, just like
is?
more or less. I just want to know.
Do you know what a gulag is?
Yeah, a forced labor camp, or it could be a forced death
You mean
camp.
like the forced labor camps we have in the United States of America, which, by the way, the United States has more people in a forced labor.
These people need to be, like, beaten. Like, I wouldn't even sit here and listen to this, like, whiny, like, beta male, skinny fucking twink. Just kick him. Kick him really, really hard. There's no point giving these people attention. That's, yeah, gross. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Shannon Bleak.
See that light in his eyes?
Bodily harm. But this story doesn't end there. After Connor's sentencing, Ethan Riley's parents filed a
In the love of our lives, our love and admiration onward days, we will continue wherever this earthly
was sentenced to 50 years in prison for murder and aggravated assault causing serious bodily harm. But this story doesn't end there. After Connor's sentencing, Ethan Riley's parents filed a civil suit against Janice Hilton and won. A jury determined that Janice was negligent for buying Connor marijuana, hosting gatherings where alcohol was present for Connor and his friends, and purchasing a handgun for him, failing to recognize that he posed a potential danger to others. Although Janice explicitly told the detectives that she had bought the handgun for Connor during her interview.
What was the reason for buying the gun?
He wanted to get it.
She changed her story completely during her civil suit. Apparently, when she watched that part of her interview, she had no memory of it, and she claimed that she had actually bought the gun for herself, not for Connor. However, text messages exchanged between Connor and Janice showed that Connor had told her to buy the specific gun.
Well, Yeah, she's a dumb bitch. That's some dumb bitch shit right there.
Pleased that the now dead Ayatollah Khomeini, the older Khomeini, is no longer ruling Iran?
It's a good question. I don't take pleasure in killing anyone. I don't think you should have illegally killed the foreign leader of a nation.
Ah, right. So bad that they tried to kill Hitler, right? Wrong one. Give me a second. Son Goku donated $2. Yeah, the eat people thing.
Hello everyone, my name's Mr. Stevenson, and I wanted to tell you all the top 5 reasons why you should eat people.
Yeah.
Starting with number 1, children. There's...
Yeah, I remember that. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
It was also, by the way, a spiritual leader to millions of Shia Muslims around the world.
I bet this guy's now crying like a baby now that the leader of Iran is dead.
Yeah. Well, Betty's a fucking terrorist. The dude's a crazy fucking wacko terrorist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Brilliantly deflected. My actual question was, are you pleased that he's no longer ruling Iran?
It's a loaded question because his son is leading the country, so am I pleased with that? No.
You must therefore de facto be pleased that the dead Ayatollah is no longer ruling the country.
Am I pleased he's not ruling the country? It's a question in vacuum.
It's a yes or no. You either are or you're not.
Oh,
For those who instinctively oppose war on the grounds of economic cost,
This is going to be good.
cost in human lives, there's a lot to be frustrated about right now. The case for war, to the extent it's been made at all, has shifted repeatedly. It's hard to imagine an abrupt end with a mission accomplished when the mission is undefined. It's hard to see how Iranian protesters or the wider region will benefit at all from regime change when at this point they haven't even changed the Ayatollah's name. And President Trump has yet to explain what exactly happened to his firm stance against war. If his legacy-defining gamble in Iran does not pay off, if the new Iran is much like the old Iran, his successors could pay a huge political price. But just as the president has not made his case from the outset, giving him a clear yardstick to measure his war against, the opposition has been incoherent too. Senior Democrats are mostly opposing the war on the grounds of process. They say it should have come to Congress, which no US president has bothered to do since World War II. They say they're opposed to wars of choice, but they're very happy the Ayatollah was killed. They're against Trump, but they don't rule out supporting more spending for his war. It looks a lot like they're coming down with Keir Starmer syndrome, unclear, ever-changing, and politically disastrous. Well, I'm joined now by Mehdi Hassan, Editor-in-Chief of Zateo News. Mehdi, welcome back to Uncensored. It's probably most useful to my viewers to slightly play devil's advocate in this interview, because we share a lot of our views about it, I think, of where this war is going. So let me play devil's advocate. Imagine for a moment you are the Prime Minister of Israel, and for many years you have been targeted as a very small country in a region of much bigger countries by organizations, proxy groups, terror groups, whatever you want to call them, Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, culminating in what we saw on October the 7th. And you have your people baying for leadership to defend the people against this kind of stuff. And because the world knows, a lot of the funding for these proxies has come from Iran. Therefore, they are the mothership, if you like, of supporting this kind of activity in the region aimed specifically against the Israelis. What do you do if you're the Israeli Prime Minister in that circumstance?
Here's the first time I ever came on your show. Your opening question was to me, what would you do if you were the Prime Minister of Israel? I only semi-facetiously said I would resign. The position of Benjamin Netanyahu is an awkward one here for Israelis because, first of all, he helped the funding of Hamas. We've discussed that on the show before. You know and I know, the news reporting that he was very happy for Qatari and other money to go into Gaza and was playing divide and rule with the Palestinians. So he owns it as much as any outside group. In terms of mothership of terrorism, my position on mothership of terrorism is the mothership of terrorism is...
Like this is so fucking retarded. It's just so remarkably dishonest. So again, the Qatari money was supposed to help infrastructure and stuff in Gaza. If Israel had blocked that money, Mehdi Hassan would be saying, "Oh look, Israel is making sure that aid and funding and stuff is blocked from Gaza. He's trying to keep them poor and make them starve. That's what he'd be saying. But then Israel allows money and funding to come into Gaza so that, hopefully they can actually be productive. And then this guy's like, oh, see, Israel wants them to, they're a sponsor of terrorism. They wanted this to happen. There's no winning. It's just brain rot horse shit.
The occupation, right? That's why people revert to terror, because you've ruined their lives and give them no prospect for freedom. Yes, the Iranians and other outside parties can exacerbate conflicts. We see proxy wars all over the world, but the root causes are the root causes. In terms of Netanyahu and Iran itself, Piers, the problem Benjamin Netanyahu has, and he admitted this last week on tape, he said, I've been yearning for this war. I've been dreaming of this war for 40 years, and Donald Trump's the first president to agree to do it. He tried it with Bill Clinton. He tried it with George W. Bush. He tried it with Barack Obama and Joe Biden. None of them agreed to go to war. Anthony Blinken just said the other day that he tried it with them. They weren't foolish enough to do this. So the problem...
Yeah, it's because, no, it's not that they weren't foolish enough to do it. There just wasn't a benefit to doing it at the time.
Problem about saying that this is about a threat, an imminent threat, and national security. He's been saying this for 40 years. In fact, he's been telling us. You've seen the video montages on Twitter. You and I are terminally online. You've seen all the clips of Benjamin Netanyahu over the years saying Iran's 2 weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Iran is a month away from a nuclear weapon. He lied and lied about the Iranian nuclear threat for decades. No one believes a word he says. And as for the security of Israelis, well, they're in bunkers right now. They're being attacked. They're being bombed. How has he made them more secure with this unprovoked illegal war of aggression against Iran?
Unprovoked illegal war of aggression. They were literally responsible for one of the worst terror attacks ever fucking committed. They literally fund terrorism all across the Middle East and abroad. The terror attacks that have happened in the US, Canada, UK, Australia, a lot of those terror attacks have, a lot of those operations have come out of Iran.
I can see why Netanyahu's doing this. As you say, he's wanted to do it for 40 years. And I can see why he's brought the Israeli people with him by presenting it a bit like Putin has done with Ukraine as an existential threat. So I can see how this has played out domestically for Netanyahu. What is less easy to understand, to me, is President Trump and his willingness to go along with this right now. It seems to me an extraordinarily huge gamble by Trump, because you have the midterm elections coming in November. And
do an impression of this guy crying like a teenage girl whose boyfriend just broke up with her over the death of the leader of Iran.
Oh, the Ayatollah, he was such a wonderful, inspirational, spiritual leader to so many Muslims in Iran and across the world. It's so bad that Israel killed him. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
They were already looking perilous for the Republicans. Most incumbent presidents get a whacking in the midterms. It's more likely than not he would have lost the House anyway. But there's a higher likelihood right now, many people think in Washington, that the Republicans could not just lose the House, but might lose the Senate as well. And that will lead to a cascade of attempts to impeach Trump, and he'll be powerless. He'll be the worst kind of lame duck president imaginable, where he has no control over anything. And he's predicated his whole presidency when he campaigned on, I'm not going to get involved in foreign wars. I'm going to stabilize the economy. I'm going to sort out inflation, all this stuff. And yet here in one fell swoop, he has caused economic mayhem, which they must have known would happen, because you're attacking a country that controls the Strait of Hormuz. He has caused extraordinary instability in the Middle East, in the sense that by doing what he said he wouldn't do and attacking another Middle Eastern country and dragging America into that war, it's provoked Iran into attacking all the neighboring Gulf states, who are enraged by that and will be, of course, blaming Iran predominantly, but also probably looking at America and saying, was this really a smart move to do this right now? I'm trying to work out how this is a good moment for Trump politically or economically, and the two are wedded, I think, to do this. Never mind anything else. Never mind whether it's legal or anything else. Just the politics of it make little sense to me.
Yeah, he's always been his own worst enemy, Piers, which is why those of us who are opposed to Trump, and I know you're not, but I am, have always been appreciative of the fact that he's a very incompetent authoritarian, he's a very incompetent leader, in that if he was a smarter leader, we'd be in much more trouble in the US right now. He'd be able to get his agenda through much quicker, to my great consternation. So I appreciate the fact that he's surrounded by incompetence, even when he's executing a war of choice. In terms of the
He's clearly not surrounded by incompetence, because he's been clapping cheeks.
elections, I agree with you. I think he's made the midterms much harder to win, which is why they're doubling down now on voter suppression. They're trying to pass the SAVE Act. You saw Piers, him threatening that he won't pass any other legislation. He won't sign a single other bill until his beloved SAVE Act, which is basically a voter suppression bill, goes into office. He's not ruling out having ICE agents around the polling stations as a form of voter suppression as well. So they know.
Like, It's an open secret that one of the reasons why Democrats are pro like open borders and mass immigration and shit is because it's an easy way to get Democratic votes or liberal votes. So it's like you have that kind of corruption, which probably is way more harmful to the well-being of the nation versus the Republican type of corruption where, well, you need to make sure you have your ID when you vote. So would you rather have a mass amount of fucking immigrants, which causes all sorts of fucking problems like societal cohesion, crime, violence, gangs, drug trafficking, issues with job security and the job market, housing, all these economic issues, and just political issues. Like, now you have these immigrants who can vote, and they don't have the same values that Americans have, especially when you're talking about Muslims who, like, look at their opinion about, like, Israel, Gaza, Iran, like, they're terrorists. They support terrorism. So then you have to appeal to this voting, this category of voters if you want to get elected. And now you're having to push anti-American values in order to get fucking elected. Like, it creates way more fucking issues than, yeah, you need a driver's license or some form of ID to vote. So it's it's kind of retarded how we're complaining about Republicans being corrupt when it comes to rigging the voting system, but it's not an issue when Democrats do it. Like, okay.
They're in trouble at the midterms. Rather than change course, they would try voter suppression instead, which is the Republican way. The economy is we're only looking at the beginning of the economy tanking because he already had the fallout from tariffs, the jobs news, the really bad jobs news that came out a few days ago. That was pre-Iran. So we're looking at a really bad shape in terms of economy. And when you say everyone knew about the Straits of Hormuz, I think you're overestimating your friend. He's not very smart. The people around him are not very smart. Everyone knew this would happen, but maybe they didn't.
The people around him are clearly very smart.
Trump was saying last week, Piers, I didn't realize Iran would attack the Gulf in this way. Why not? What did you think Iran was going to do when they were attacked? They were obviously going to hit US military bases in the region. And the Emiratis, you spend a lot of time in the UAE, one of the most
They're not just attacking US military bases.
loyal American allies, one of the most pro-Israel Muslim majority countries. They've come out very sharply. A businessman close to the regime wrote an open letter slamming Trump and Graham as Israeli puppets just this week. So it's not looking good for their alliances in the region. The economy is looking bad. The politics are crazy, but I think this is the problem when you...
Buddy, like, are you fucking kidding me? Saudi Arabia literally encouraged Trump to attack Iran. Like, he's making shit up.
Have a man-child as president when you have someone so easily manipulated. Lindsey Graham is a man who Donald Trump dismissed 10 years ago as a warmonger.
Buddy, Mehdi Hassan believes that the Prophet Muhammad flew into heaven on a winged horse, and then this guy's calling Trump stupid. Like, yeah, Trump's an idiot, but he's not, I believe Prophet Muhammad flew to heaven on a winged horse stupid.
He said he's a dumb guy. If you listen to Lindsey Graham, he'll start World War III. Well, guess who's listening to Lindsey Graham right now? Donald Trump is. Lindsey Graham bragged to the Wall Street Journal that he treated Donald Trump like a child. He spoke to him with a, quote, word association game to get him to come along with war. He said he flew to Israel and coached Netanyahu on how to manipulate Donald Trump into war. So that's what happens when you have a man-child in the White House who can be easily manipulated by the last person who spoke to him.
Today's show is sponsored by Veracity and their metabolic power.
It's fucking stupid.
Protein. Let's be honest, life moves fast and regular meals off, and make sure you use my promo. An argument put forward by the commentator, particularly on X, Mario Norfolk, who said over the weekend, this war isn't about nuclear weapons. It's not about helping the Iranian people. It's not about doing Israel's bidding. And it's not about Iran being a threat to the US. It's about China. China imports 45 to 57% of its oil through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has a capacity to shut it down. A US-aligned Iran means an Iran that would choke off that strait if there's ever a real power battle between Washington and Beijing. The AI arms race is the most important strategic competition on the planet. Limiting China's access to energy is how the US wins that race, and anyone who believes in freedom and democracy should want America to win. In other words, arguing there's a much bigger geopolitical battle here at stake. And it may explain Trump's interest in Greenland, his interest in controlling the leadership in Venezuela, his apparent plan to maybe go into Cuba, is that if you take energy as the overarching motivation for all this, and the AI war, which will use up vast amounts of energy, and the belief that if America is to prevail in that, it's going to have to win the energy war, it does make strategic overall sense. What do you think of that argument?
Well, look, US foreign policy in the Middle East has always been driven partly by energy and oil. When you and I were opposing the Iraq War 23 years ago and mentioning the oil factor, people called us conspiracy theorists. That was obviously not the case. This time round, of course, they keep saying the quiet part out loud. Lindsey Graham went on Fox over the weekend, or one of the Sunday shows, and he said, if we control Venezuela and Iran, we control 30% of the world's oil reserves. So we'll make tons of money, he said. Quiet part out loud from the Republican war hawks. Look, I'm sure China's a factor, but let's not overstate this. Again, Donald Trump is not Rasputin. He is not Bismarck. He's not a big geopolitical strategist. A lot of this...
Yes, his advisors are. what the, like, yeah, Trump probably couldn't find these countries on a map, but clearly, like, does he not understand how the U.S. government works? Like, you know, the president just doesn't know everything and does everything unilaterally. Like, he has advisors, there's experts, there's generals, there's the CIA, intelligence officials, like, they all advise him and, like, give out properly laid out plans telling him, like, this is the best strategy to deal with this. This is how we can, like, prevent China from attacking Taiwan. This is how we can win the AI arms race. This is how we can protect our own interests. This is how we can make more money. Like, yeah, Trump is too much of a, like, Trump especially is too much of a dumbass to understand any of this shit. This is why the American system is, like, designed in this sort of way. There's just a lot of smart people surrounding the president, so that even if you have a dumbass like Trump getting elected, they'll still end up making smart decisions. So, like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
This is old-fashioned imperialism. He likes the idea of telling countries what to do. He wants to pick Iran's next leader. He wants to pick Venezuela's next leader, etc. And look, this is, let's not hide the fact.
Oh, the U.S. picking Iran's next leader. That is so bad. Yes, let's just allow them to just still be a fascist dictatorship, right?
The Israeli angle is the Israeli angle. I get why people don't want to talk about it. You get attacked, I see all the time nowadays, as anti-Semitic when you dare criticize Israel. It's insane. Marco Rubio came out and said it out loud. Again, quiet power out loud. He said last Monday, he said, we went to war because the Israelis were going to attack, and we knew that once the Israelis attacked, they would attack us, so we attacked first. Which is a bizarre thing to say, because why not just get Israel to stop from attacking Iran if you're really worried about blowback? But the idea...
What? Yeah, this is just dumb as shit.
This wasn't a war for Israel when the Israelis are bragging it's their war, when Lindsey Graham is bragging it's their war, when Marco Rubio is conceding it's their war. I mean, this is a war they've dreamt about for years. They don't care about the future of Iran or the Iranian people. They want a neighborhood of failed states so that they can have a greater Israel. We know that. And I think, look, the Chinese factor is interesting because that assumes that you...
If they wanted that, then please explain to me why they just didn't take over the West Bank after they won the war against Jordan. Why didn't they just take over the Sinai Peninsula after they won the war against Egypt? They've also gone into Lebanon multiple fucking times at this point. Why haven't they taken over Lebanon? Like nothing he's saying is supported by historical facts.
You win this war. Because right now, you could argue China and Russia are winning. Piers, you've been a great critic of Russia. Russia right now is getting oil revenue to fund its war in Ukraine, thanks to Trump's decision to attack Iran. India is being told by the US, buy oil from Russia. So Russia's now getting funding for its war effort in Ukraine, thanks to Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. And of course, the Chinese love it when America burns through...
Cute games and tellers think you may like this. Let me see. Cat. It's your kitties. One kitty's trying to bite the other kitty's toes. Oh. They're both chubby. Those chubs. They're good chubs.
Oh my.
They haven't taken it over because they can't hold it, not out of goodwill. Okay, so then what is this idea? If you're saying they can't hold it, then how does this fit with the, create a greater Israel, take over all the territory surrounding? Then if they can't hold it, then why would they do it? So, like, what's the narrative? You have to choose one, right? So either Israel wants to expand its fucking territories or they don't. So if you're going to say, every time they invade another country and they want to take it over, they can't hold it and they know this and they have to retreat, then that does not align with your, like, the stupid narrative that, they're trying to create a greater Israel and just expand their borders. Okay, bye-bye. Congratulations, you're banned.
Melanie.
Okay.
Come here for a minute.
It's your cats. They're communicating.
They're out back.
Tommy, are you kidding me? That is
They're
not funny.
communicating.
Wow.
Those are cats. Wow. It just looks like a big kitty friend. Looks a lot like Gummy. Look at his paws. Oh my goodness. Those are big paws.
Wow.
I want a cougar. Wow. My goodness. I want a mountain lion. Oh. That's an owl. It's a good owl. Thanks for the donation, Cute Games.
Its oil reserves and its soldiers and its cash, spending $1 billion a day. The Chinese love our military overextensions.
I wanted to play you.
So why is China complaining? Why are they pressuring Iran to end the war and make a deal with the United States? Right? Yeah. So does that make any sense?
Mehdi, this was 6 days ago, I think it was, on X, when someone compared the Iranian regime to the Nazis. You chastised them, saying, putting aside how lazy the Hitler-Nazi analogy is, and focus on how dumb it is. Nazi Germany had invaded, occupied all its neighbours. Iran hasn't, but Israel has. But then 6 days after that, you said this on MSS Now. Let's play this.
It's a moral abomination, and yes, it's tactically stupid. They bombed a submarine and just let the sailors drown to death. Going again, even the Nazis didn't do that during World War II, apparently. Even the Nazis collected people from the water.
It's a submarine.
Now, that is you playing the Nazi analogy just 6 days after you told people to stop playing the Nazi analogy, isn't it?
Piers, come on, you can do better than this. There's two different things completely. One is saying that Iran is Nazi Germany in its ambition.
Like, what the... How is this guy taken serious by anybody?
In its political agenda, in its conquest plans, in its military threat.
Like, even if you're an ideological fucktard who hates Israel because you're a brain-broken fucking commie idiot, you'd think you'd want people who are, like, representing you to be smart and make fucking sense when they talk. But they all choose, like, fucking idiots. Like, oh, this is the guy we're gonna use. A guy who believes the Prophet Muhammad flew to heaven on a fucking winged horse, refused to wear a hostage return pin, like, literally supports Hamas kidnapping Israelis and fucking torturing and killing them in fucking terror tunnels, and then defends Iran, says, like, it's bad that the Ayatollah died. A guy who mass murdered tens of thousands of his own fucking people. This is the guy who's like, oh yeah, Mehdi Hassan, go after Israel.
Those things are true. No serious person looks at a country that's been besieged by sanctions, surrounded on all sides, has a military that doesn't come anywhere close to Hitler's military, hasn't actually invaded its neighbors in the same way that Nazi Germany did.
Yeah, because they can't. They just fund terrorism. Like, what the like, this guy is, like, literally trying to make the argument. What did Iran do to deserve any of this? They helped commit October 7th. They're the biggest sponsor of terrorism worldwide.
I have almost completed my 1962 vector mechanics textbook. Almost 3 years I have done. When I found my father's post-Versalog slide rule. I have done both a slide rule deep dive plus solving the problems with slide rules.
Well, that's good. Sounds like you're having fun. Thanks for the donation, James.
There's no aspirations to take over the continent or the region despite Lindsey Graham's nonsense, sectarian claims. It's not Nazi Germany. I think you and I can both agree on that. Now, the point I was making on MS Now was not that Iran or America, I'm not saying the American military is Nazi Germany either. I was simply pointing out that what Peter Hegseth did by torpedoing that Iranian unarmed vessel in international waters off the coast of Sri Lanka that was taking part in a display, in a ceremonial event in India. We knew it was an unarmed ship, posed no threat, wasn't part
Cool story, dude.
of the war effort. We sunk the ship with a torpedo and then left the people to die, just as they do with those boats in the Caribbean. We left the people to die, and I was pointing out that goes against the norms of all naval maritime warfare. I'm no expert, this is what I'm told. I'm told that goes against all the norms of maritime war, that even in world...
Yeah. Right. Tell us about how the Prophet Muhammad flew on a winged horse, Mr. I'm a fucking naval war expert.
War II, there were times when the Nazis shot down boats and saved, pulled in some of the survivors. That doesn't mean I'm saying the American military or the Israeli military is Nazi Germany. I'm simply pointing out that some of our tactics are so barbaric that they compare to some of the worst people in history. That is not the same as saying Iran is Nazi Germany and therefore we should...
This is just, like, so unhinged and fucking retarded.
Piers, you know this. You're slightly older than I am. You know that every time we've gone to war, we've accused our enemies of being Hitler. We said it about Saddam, we said it about Milosevic, we said it about Gaddafi. That is the lazy go-to move. And I know you hate me comparing Trump's rhetoric to Hitler's rhetoric.
No, I know, but when you say...
Iran to
I know,
Nazi
but
Germany.
Mehdi, come on. Mehdi, come on. When you say things like, even the Nazis didn't do that, it's like, no, but the Nazis did murder 12 million people and did kill 6 million Jews in the Holocaust. So the Nazis weren't that
Every time I
great.
come on the show, you make this point. So all right, let me make this point one more time. So first of all, I'm sure
You
you've
said it, not
compared
me.
Russia's and Putin's invasion of Ukraine to horrible, horrible historical episodes. You've said this before. I just want to nail this once and for all because it's been multiple times. if you compare something to the Nazis, that doesn't mean it's always 12 million dead. Would you agree with me that Nick Griffin is a Nazi, the UK BNP leader? The court said you can call him a Nazi. Would you agree he's a neo-Nazi?
Well, he's a far-right lunatic, yeah.
You would never call him a Nazi because the court said you could call him a neo-Nazi. Are you saying skinheads with swastikas who run around European towns attacking migrants who say Heil Hitler, are they Nazis? I would say they are.
They're
they
not.
haven't killed 12 million people.
Categorise them as far. I'd categorise them as Nazi sympathisers. But my point being, you went in 1 week, you went from saying, don't use Nazi analogy, to using Nazi analogies.
I didn't say that. Now, it appears this is really bad on your part. That's not what I said. I said that don't call Iran Nazi Germany. And then I said, let's not do things in the Pacific that even the Nazis didn't do. That's a completely different point. But if you can't see, I'm sure your viewers do.
I think probably we should just all stop using the Nazis and Hitler in every debate about everything that happens.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
What's odd about this war, really odd, because this could never have happened 25 years ago about anything, the fiercest opposition to the war hasn't just come from people like you on the left, which should be expected, but it's come from Tucker Carlson, from Candace Owens, from Nick Fuentes. Fuentes has even said it's time for the far right and far left to come together, even if that means voting Democrat. I mean, an extraordinary statement to make. How do you feel about your new bedfellows?
Well, come on, that's a cheap shot and you know it. And by the way, Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, but he hasn't killed 12 million people. Come on, Piers, when you opposed the Iraq War in 2003, Nick Griffin, a Nazi in the UK, opposed the Iraq War. Was he one of your bedfellows?
No, I'm not actually saying they're your bedfellows. I'm saying, do you understand?
All choose
do you feel like I do?
And by the way, look.
No, of course, of course, I'm not judging you by I'm not judging you by who else shares your view of this war, because there are many people on all sides. I just think it's politically fascinating that some of the most high-profile right-wing commentators in America, if you basically hid their image and their name and change their voice a bit, people might think it's you. And I find that's a real shift in the conservative right in America, isn't it? It's just fascinating.
Yes, it is, and I hope no one ever confuses me with Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens. But let me say this to you. Donald Trump has betrayed a section of his base. Now look, I'm not one of these people who says there's a big split in MAGA. You look at the polls, most Trump voters are cultists. They're happy to change their positions and suddenly become pro-war overnight. But there are a few people, as you say, like Tucker Carlson. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been very strong as well in calling this out. Look, you said at the beginning, Donald Trump has completely betrayed, because he's a liar, every promise he made. He said, vote for Harris, World War III. Vote for Harris, Middle East wars. Vote for Harris, Muslims will have to die. Vote for Harris, US troops will have to join a draft. On the weekend, Caroline Leavitt appears astonishingly refused to rule out.
By the way, it was Muslims who were promoting this horseshit too. Muslims voted for Trump because they said, well, the Biden-Harris administration, they're supporting the war in Gaza, so let's all vote for Trump because he's saying he's anti-war, so let's just hope he doesn't make it any worse. Muslims are the ones who voted for this. So, like, it's just such a fucking joke how this guy, like... these people are fucking clowns, okay? So
out the military draft coming back, which is an insane thing to even have to be asked about. So he has completely done a U-turn on this. Whether he gets punished by a significant enough a number of his own voters, the Nick Fuentes types who defect or stay at home in November, we shall see. But he's clearly lied. And J.D. Vance, by the way, Piers, the man who was the most anti-war member of his cabinet, who gave long speeches about no reason to go to war with Iran, he's just disappeared off Twitter. He used to be on there trolling me every other week, trolling left-wing journalists. Now he's quiet. He's gone to ground because he knows they cannot defend the indefensible.
Yes, the indefensible act of eliminating a fascist dictatorship that is mass murdering tens of thousands of its own people and is the biggest world sponsor of terrorism. Indefensible. This guy is such a piece of shit.
Interestingly, I think politically it's been a very bad week for Vance, actually, because the anticipation that he would be the logical successor to Trump, he has just disappeared this week. And the one who's emerged as a much stronger person, I think, on the Trump side, if you're looking for someone to maybe run in 2028, probably Marco Rubio now.
Although I would push back in Piers and say it could actually work in Vance's favour if this turns into the disaster some of us think it will, in that he can say, well, I was always against it, you know that. Behind the scenes, I was the guy pressuring. It was Marco out there trying to invade every country from Venezuela to Iran to Cuba. And look at the disasters Marco wrote. He was never one of us. He was never MAGA. I frankly find both of them to be deeply overrated. I wouldn't be surprised if the Republican contender in 2028, if it's not Trump, is actually neither Marco Rubio nor J.D. Vance, but it's, to quote Donald Rumsfeld, a known unknown. It's someone who's out there. We don't quite know who they are, but they emerged from the ashes of another disastrous Trump presidency. I think Vance and Rubio deeply overrated figures. You saw Rubio having to do a clean-up in aisle 12 last week when he had to come out and say, no, I never blamed Israel for this. I didn't say we did it because of Israel. And then the reporter's like, well, I was the one who asked you the question. It was a greatly embarrassing moment for Marco Rubio on the Capitol.
It was, and he clearly, I think, meant what he said the first time, and then they decided to shift the narrative because they realised.
Oh, Piers, you can't say that. You'll be accused of anti-Semitism.
By the way, on that, you saw the spat I've been having with Ben Shapiro, and I responded to him today with a quite lengthy piece about it, because I do think it's ridiculous, that this idea that you cannot criticise the Israeli government. Specifically, I've always been very specific. I'm criticising the government and its actions, not the Israeli people, not Jewish people. I don't have an anti-Semitic bone in my body. But people like Ben Shapiro, if there's any sign that you are not absolutely blindly in favour of everything Israel does, then you are anti-Semitic and you must be shamed, mocked, preferably cancelled. And he's basically gone the full hog with me. I mean, he's gone from being a willing guest on my show many times when I was always defending Israel's right to defend itself. And then the moment I got more critical of the government in the war on Gaza, that was it. Never replied to messages, and now it's come out fully swinging. I just find it ridiculous that in a democracy like the United States, he can't see how ridiculous that is for somebody trying to position himself as a great free speech warrior.
Welcome to our world, Piers. This is what some of us endured for many years. This is cancellation of people who speak out against Israel. There's a reason they're targeting you and Tucker Carlson in particular, because you have these huge platforms and you were seen as quote-unquote reliable allies, and you can't be dismissed as, you know, crazy leftists or mad Muslims, and therefore you have to be shut down before anyone else. And they're not hiding this stuff, Piers. Benjamin Netanyahu's talked about the information war being the front line, the main war that Israel's fighting, taking over TikTok being the most important strategy for pro-Israel side with the Ellison family. They're not hiding the fact that they know they're losing the messaging war. And instead of like stop doing war crimes, they're just trying to suppress free speech. And it's going to backfire, sadly, on Jewish friends of mine, on the Jewish community in this country. Because once you devalue an important term like anti-Semitism, once you cheapen a phrase like anti-Semitism.
Sleepy, don't need tellers. What are your thoughts?
Attempts to demonstrate the idea that healthy people become sick when exposed to sick people or their bodily fluids have failed drastically. As one example in Daniel's book, he highlights a study that was done just after the Spanish flu, where a higher percentage of people became sick when exposed to a saline placebo while thinking they were being exposed to fluids from a sick person than those who were exposed to fluids from a sick person. And again, we can get into the mass psychogenic illness, nocebo effect, and things like that in a little bit. But with respect to, as I'm looking at this thing with chickenpox, right?
Okay. Why don't you have sex with somebody with HIV?
They've attempted to demonstrate that it is caused by the fluids from a sick person, and they are unable to replicate that.
Right. That's how HIV/AIDS works, right? I'm pretty sure that's through fluid transfer. So what's the issue with having unprotected gay anal sex then, right?
Now, there could be some people that will watch this and push back, be like, what are you talking about? There's countless animal models and things like this. It's interesting. If you go look.
How does AIDS spread? You fucking idiot.
Look at them, and one example is polio, for example, right?
Yeah, okay. So let's have a lineup of gay black dudes who have fucking HIV/AIDS. They can pound you in the ass. You might have a sore asshole later, but you shouldn't worry about getting HIV/AIDS, right?
They took...
Like, what the fuck? These people are the most insane, psychotic lunatics. How do they exist? Thanks for the donation, Sleepy. That was one of the stupidest things I've ever fucking seen in my whole life. Holy shit. Yeah, sickness and disease isn't spread through fluid transfer. Okay. I guess we don't have to worry about having unprotected gay sex anymore. All right, great. I gotta go take a pee-pee. I have a little gum here. Oh, look at my gum. Isn't he handsome? Look at my big, beautiful cat loaf. He's so good. Freaking love this kitty so much. You're such a good kitty. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Gum. I gotta get up. All right, I'll be right back. Dude. It is so fucking cold down here. Oh, I gotta put my sweater back on. All right. Is the Switch 2 worth it? No, I'd never buy that piece of shit.
Once you start calling anyone who criticizes Netanyahu or the killing of kids, when you call Miss Rachel, the world's most popular children's entertainer, an anti-Semite because she said don't kill kids, right? You're completely undermining the very...
Oh boy, I could spend an hour talking about that one. We all know Miss Rachel's a fucking anti-Semite.
important common struggle we should have against anti-Semitism. We have Republican group chats like every week leaking out of...
If we're against killing kids, then I guess you should hate Iran and Hezbollah and Houthis, Hamas. They kill children. So a bunch of fucking missiles that were shot into Israel have killed children. So that's Iranian missiles. That's missiles from Hezbollah. Hamas also killed children on October 7th. And after, some of the kidnapped children have been killed. So if we're all against killing children, why aren't you criticizing all these Islamic terrorists for killing kids? Oh, right. It's only bad when Jews do it, right? Sleep, you don't need $2. This is insane.
Germs. We're exhaling germs. We're touching germs because we're touching surfaces, and we're touching germs because we touch other people. We're eating germs because the germs are landing on the food we eat. Most people believe that germs make you sick. Really? Well, let's review. There are 100 trillion bacteria or more lining the human body. We breathe, we eat, we touch, we have sexual relations.
I've often said, wait until the people who are pushing the war on germs realize that we're literally made of them.
We are them.
It's a war.
So, are they against the use of condoms? So, if they know somebody that they're going to have sex with has HIV, syphilis, gonorrhea, herpes, you name it, they're not going to wear a condom? Germs are good for you? Oh, HIV is germs. I am made of germs, therefore I am HIV, so it's okay to have sex with somebody with HIV. All right, you're like...
You're on us.
Okay, well, that's great. Thanks for the donation, Sleepy.
Young Republicans talking about Jews and black people in the most vicious terms. And then you turn to the leadership...
Yes, I have Gum Gum here again. Here's my Gum Gum. Here's my little baby. Love my Gum Gum.
Of Jewish organizations in this country, the ADL, Jonathan, and they're busy just talking about Israel and Iran.
The IRGC was invading hospitals to finish injured protesters and charge their families the price of the bullets. Jeez.
And I very, very worry about the fact that when, you know, I don't want to say the real anti-Semitic, well, they're anti-Semites of all types, but when the anti-Semites, the OG anti-Semites of the far right, the Nazi types, if you will, when they're back on the rise, and you have people just singularly focused on what is some college kid on campus holding on a placard, what is Piers Morgan saying, who is Tucker Carlson platforming, if that's your only metric for anti-Semitism, then we're all screwed, because the forces of bigotry are on the rise against Jews, against Muslims, against minorities of all types.
Here we go.
The term moral abominations, right? I think we can all agree there's been a lot of moral abominations going on generally in the last few years. But according to independent human rights groups, the Iranian regime slaughtered up to, I use that word, we don't know for sure, up to 30,000 of its own people during the recent protests in January. At the time you posted, I have a feeling a lot more Muslims around the world would support the Iranian protests for freedom and democracy if so many members of the pro-regime change Iranian diaspora weren't such raging Islamophobes. Now, you know, my response to that would be, okay, there may be people in that pro-regime change movement who are Islamophobic. There might well be. But they're also risking their lives on the streets to get rid of a very...
They're Iranian.
...repressive, evil regime. Was it fair to muddy the waters there?
Like, by the way, what the fuck does he mean by Islamophobic? Like, not wanting women to be fucking murdered for not wearing a hijab is Islamophobic?
The way that you did with that post?
Not really, because it's a quote tweet, Piers. For those people who are not on Twitter like you and I, a quote tweet is responding to another tweet. So that tweet doesn't make sense without the tweet I was referring to, which was a tweet from a very prominent pro-regime change Iranian-American activist, where she was attacking Zohran Mamdani for celebrating the hijab. And I just didn't seem to understand, why should women in New York, Muslim women in New York, not get to celebrate hijab, celebrate wearing the hijab, or have the right to wear hijab, simply because the Iranian government oppresses women in hijabs, or forces women to wear hijabs in Iran.
What do you think the hijab is for, you fucking idiot?
That's the definition of bigotry, Piers, to attack one group of people for the actions of another. That was the only point I was making. And by the way, I wasn't talking about people on the streets of Iran. The Iranian diaspora, Piers, as you must have noticed by now, contains some seriously unhinged people. I think this is recognized by even Iranian Americans, that there are people in their own community who are really out there. And you'll remember this from the Iraq War. There were British Iraqis who were just raving for war. They wanted Ahmed Chalabi to come in. They said anyone who opposed the war like you and me were pro-Saddam. And that happens in every diaspora community during the war. Happened with the Syrians too. There are Iranian monarchists, the people who support the Crown Prince, who don't want to hear any criticism. You know, Christian Amanpour did a tough interview with the Shah's son. They went and heckled her and said she's pro-regime. So there's a lot of irrational people. There were people at a rally over the weekend, Piers. I'm not sure if you saw the clips. They were saying it was worth it for these kids to have died, because that's what the cost is of freeing the country. If you're telling me that 160 kids is worth it, then I can't take you seriously. And too many people, not all of them, but too many people.
I'm sorry. This guy is saying there's no amount of collateral damage that justifies a regime change, revolution, like fighting fascism, anything. So this guy is saying going to war in World War II against Nazi Germany was a mistake.
People in the Iranian diaspora are so keen, I understand why, to get rid of the government in Iran, that they're willing to do deals with the devil, they're willing to support Netanyahu, they're willing...
Buddy, the Iranian regime kills and tortures its own fucking people.
To say Islamophobic things. That was the point I was making. It was an observation that I find a lot of my fellow Muslims don't sympathize, when they should, with people under oppression, because they see them as somehow opposed to them and their religion. I would like to, break those things out into separate categories. We should all support the rights of any people in any country, whatever their religion or race, when they are fighting for freedom. But that doesn't excuse bigotry or, generalizations by people in the diaspora. And I was referring to certain nut jobs in the diaspora.
The performance of the Democrats in America in the last 8 days.
By the way, we all know he's full of shit. This is the same guy who said non-Muslims are lesser than animals. This guy is a crazy fucking Islamist whack job.
I would say has pretty much summed them up. I think their leadership are very ineffectual, very incompetent, don't seem very politically astute, never mind anything else. You've got an overwhelming number of Democrat voters in America that are against this. And there's no fire in the belly on the Democrat side, galvanizing the anti-war movement in the way that you would have expected. Why is that? And what is the answer for the Democrats?
I thought you were going to be devil's advocate, because everything you said I agreed with 100%. Every word of that was music to my ears. They are weak, they are useless. I mean, the leadership. I don't like to generalize, because there are a lot of Democrats like your Ro Khannas who are doing very good work in trying to stop the war, in highlighting the double standards. There is Senator Chris Murphy's been very strong, Senator Chris Van Hollen. There's individual Democrats who have been very strong. The leadership, Schumer in the Senate, Jeffries in the House, absolutely useless. When they're asked, are you going to fund this war? They can't just say, no, we're not going to fund an illegal, immoral war. They don't understand the politics.
Nothing about this is illegal.
As you say, that the party, the base, is in a very anti-war, very angry position. The American public as a whole has a very dim view of the Democratic Party. Did you see the poll recently, Piers, that says the only two things that are less popular than AI is very unpopular in the US, the only things less popular than AI are the Democratic Party and the Islamic Republic of Iran, according to public opinion. Yeah. That's a savage indictment of the Democratic Party and its leadership. And that's because they are out of tune with American voters, they are definitely out of tune with their base. This is a moment now to go after Trump for his lack of a plan.
Yeah, nobody likes their communist fucking bullshit.
And lack of a strategy, betrayal of his base, his immoral killing of schoolgirls in a school and then lying about it and trying to blame Iran, supporting a war in which they're blowing up oil depots.
Yeah, by the way, the school children were literally right next to a military base.
And civilian infrastructure without going to Congress. Piers, Tony Blair went to Parliament, went to the UN Security Council. George Bush sent Colin Powell to the UN Security Council. He went to Congress to get a vote of authorization. This guy, Trump, hasn't even bothered to do even what Bush and Cheney did when they rushed to war. And yet the Democrats, open goal, just keep missing the goal, the leadership again of the Democratic Party. As I say, individual Democrats, especially those running for president, are doing a good job. Ruben Gallego of Arizona has been very strong. I like his tagline that Trump was elected to try and expose pedophiles and end wars. Instead, he's protecting pedophiles and starting wars. I do think that should be the line of the entire Democratic Party.
Just finally, are you pleased that...
Again, the fucking Epstein thing, like, it's just such a big nothing burger.
The now dead Ayatollah Khomeini, the older Khomeini, is no longer ruling Iran?
It's a good question. I don't take pleasure in killing anyone. I don't think you should have illegally killed a foreign leader of a nation, who's also, by the way, a spiritual leader to millions of Shia Muslims around the world. He wasn't my spiritual leader, but he's a spiritual leader to many people I know. And that's a reality. I know people watching at home, non-Muslims, may kind of scratch their heads and say, but, he's a tyrant in a foreign country. But that is the reality. He wasn't just a political ruler. He was a spiritual ruler. And to kill him, to assassinate him on day one of the war, will have insane consequences, Piers. I hope I'm not back on this show.
Thoughts on USA putting schools literally inside military bases? Does that mean they're using human shields?
No, you dumbass. That is not the same thing. Thanks for the donation, stupid. So this, oh my god, I lost my train of thought because this fucking idiot.
Him on day one of the war will have insane consequences, Piers. I hope I'm not back on this show in a year, 2 years, 3 years saying to you, Piers, do you remember when I told you that killing Khomeini will have a backlash?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this guy is saying killing Khomeini was a bad thing because he's like this spiritual leader and all this shit. Like, okay, would assassinating Hitler be a bad thing because he was basically a spiritual leader? A huge thing with Hitler's popularity had to do with him being religious and saying that, like, Jesus guides him. That's one of the reasons why Mein Kampf became so popular.
Clash. There will be terrorism. There will be revenge attacks. I hope that doesn't happen. But it could happen. It might likely happen. US intelligence is suggesting it might happen. The blowback from killing a...
Oh, okay, so we shouldn't eliminate fascist mass-murdering dictators that are sponsoring worldwide terrorism because they might do something bad in retaliation. Let's just let bad people do whatever they want.
Approximately 161 public schools operate on U.S. military installations, managed by the Department of Defense Education Activity, DoDEA. These schools...
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I know, dumbass. It's not the same fucking thing. They're not being used as human shields. The reason they're there is because soldiers have families, okay? In order to, like, make sure that these people stay in the fucking military and can have careers, you have to let them have a fucking family life. And yeah, that's the reason those schools are there. And again, these are low-risk fucking areas. You're not going to see any fucking, schools on military bases where they know they're highly fucking likely to get fucking bombed, you idiot. Fucking retard.
Did you see the brave activist who is protesting against PetSmart?
When do we need them? What do we need? I want my answers. Where are my answers at? I got.
I'm not listening to the rest of that.
Rally in the valley tomorrow. Tell me about that.
PetSmart Rally for Truth. I mean, everyone here saw PetSmart's response video. I mean, it amounts to nothing less than an attempt to silence the voices of hardworking Americans who want the truth. And that's why we felt we needed to hold this rally.
Are you running for mayor? Is it too late to put his hat in for governor? I think he'd be great.
It's not about me.
What, like, don't even bother sending me this shit.
Foreign head of state from killing an ayatollah, a religious leader, in this way, in this blasé way. By the way, Piers, they also killed the people he wanted to succeed Khamenei. They're so incompetent. Trump now admits that in the next door building, they accidentally also killed the people they wanted to be their Delcy Rodriguez in Iran. So no, I'm never going to support assassinating foreign leaders, killing foreign leaders. So, you know, Colonel Gaddafi was raped and murdered on the side of a street in Libya. Is Libya better off without him? Well,
Oh, how horrible. Gaddafi, the guy who fucking killed, 137 fucking Americans in a terror attack? Oh, poor Gaddafi. The fucking terrorist who murdered over 100 Americans. Fucking idiot.
The school in Iran that was blown up was next to a military base and not inside.
I don't care, great. Just waste your fucking time.
Not sure about that. B, obviously I don't shed any tears for Gaddafi, but that is not what you do. I'm never going to support the killing of anybody outside of a trial, outside of due process. And, you know, it's for the Iranian people to decide their future. If the Iranian people want to get rid of Khamenei, it was up to the Iranian people, not up to Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. And by the way, what a great regime change war this is. They replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei. That's real high-level success in your...
The guy's, like, dead, like, the guy's dying. He's in a fucking coma. He had to get transferred to fucking Moscow. I love how this is still a fucking meme. This was posted, like... I know this is about a week old now, but, like, by the time this guy made this fucking thing with Pierce, he was already in a fucking coma. So it's like, okay, they replaced him with a guy who's basically dead now?
Regime change war. His son, apparently, is more hardline, we're told, than his father. And why wouldn't he be? They just killed his mum.
So, first of all, his son is gay. That's actually being pretty much confirmed at this point. Even his father didn't want him to lead because his dad knew he was gay. Secondly, the guy's in a fucking coma, so he can be as Islamic and jihadist as he want inside his own fucking brain-damaged head. Because the guy's in a fucking coma. He ain't leading shit.
His dad, I think his wife as well, his sister. It's not a guy who's going to do a deal anytime soon or roll over for Donald Trump. So strategically, it's a disaster. And legally and morally, no, you can't just...
Yeah, he isn't making a deal with anybody. He's in a fucking coma. He's brain damaged.
People you don't like. Am I going to support... You know, I don't like Benjamin Netanyahu, Piers. Maybe you've noticed that for the last 2 years. But I don't support anyone assassinating him.
My actual question, though, it was brilliantly deflected. My actual question was, are you pleased? that he's no longer ruling Iran?
Well, I don't support the Vilayat al-Faqih, what is called the Islamic system of rule in Iran. So I don't support any ayatollahs being in charge of Iran. In Iraq, for example, you have an ayatollah named Sistani.
Right. Okay, so this is the sleight of hand this guy does. Oh, I don't support anything they do. I just want to make sure that nobody does anything against them for X and Y reasons. They're going to retaliate. It supports Israel somehow. It's supporting American and Israeli imperialism. Oh, he's like a spiritual leader who's inspirational to so many people. But I don't support anything he does. I just think, like, for XYZ reasons, nobody should do anything to throw that guy out of power. Right? Okay. Uh-huh.
Hey VG, did you know that there are hundreds of public schools?
Yeah, I heard. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Who the Americans have worked with for a long time. He's a spiritual leader of a lot of Iraq Shias and a lot of Shias around the world. He's never taken executive authority. He's never said, I'm going to be in charge of Iraq. He sits in his house and he gives his religious rulings. I prefer that system of government. So in a sense, are you asking me, do I hope that, do I want ayatollahs to rule Iran? No, I don't. I'm on the record supporting a democratic system.
No, I think it was a... People. No, I don't. No, I wasn't asking if he's supporting killing him. I just was asking if you're pleased he's no longer ruling the country.
It's a loaded question because his son is leading the country. So am I pleased with that? No, I'm not pleased with his son leading the country. It's not a question you can answer in a vacuum, can you, Piers?
Well, no, so if you're not pleased with the son ruling the country, are you pleased?
If you could live in America, would you rather live in California or Florida, and why?
Florida, obviously. You have to be a fucking idiot to live in California. One, you're going to be more broke living in California. It's just way more expensive to live in every fucking conceivable way. Housing's more expensive, food's more expensive, utilities are more expensive, you have to pay higher, like, way fucking higher tax rates, and it's a fucking shithole. There's a ton of fucking crime. And people who are just defending themselves end up getting fucking charged, and they just let criminals back out on the street. It's just like the normal liberal shithole bullcrap. And there's just like a fuck ton of homeless people too, and they've spent billions and billions of dollars for this homeless issue, and, like, I mean, they have really basic problems. Like, homeless people don't have consistent access to a toilet. So what that means is they have to shit out on the street. So, like, there's homeless people's shit all over the fucking place, and then rather than spending some of that money to just have, like, some kind of public toilet system, I don't know what the fuck they're doing with it. Like, it has to be massive fraud. Because the billions and billions of fucking dollars they've poured into trying to fix this homeless situation, it's done absolutely nothing. They've only had more and more homeless. Ah, crap. And, what's it called? Yeah, the gun laws in California also suck too. Like I mentioned, if you try to defend yourself, the California police will just fuck with you rather than just lock up the criminal. Or just leave you alone. Florida, just fucking based. You can carry a gun, stand your ground. Low taxes, property isn't too expensive, better weather, arguably. You don't have to deal with the forest fires anyway. Like, there are hurricanes, but it's just a better place to live. You can just make more money. They treat you like a fucking adult. So, yeah, Florida's way better. Give me a second. I gotta fix my camera. That had to have been gummy. Moving the thing itself. Yeah, that had to be gummy. That knocked the thing off. Okay, there we go. Sorry, Gum Gum. Who's going to clean the homeless toilets, though? Well, who's going to clean the shit off the street? So, like, it's just stupid. Would you rather have shit all everywhere on the street that you have to clean up, or would you rather have the shit in the toilets? Like, it's what you're saying is just stupid.
So does that mean the US is using them as human shields? Obviously not. That one school in Iran.
That's great.
Saddam Hussein. Are you pleased that Saddam Hussein is not ruling Iraq?
Yeah.
Yes.
But you oppose that war like I did.
Yeah.
All Pierce is asking is whether or not this guy can't answer a simple question. All Pierce is asking is if he's happy Khomeini is out of power. And then, like, he's asking a completely irrelevant fucking question.
Okay.
The two things are
So you can hold
perfectly
multiple positions at
compatible.
one time. Agreed.
Absolutely.
Agreed.
There's no
But I'm
problem saying that you're...
I'm agreeing with you.
You could easily... So you've agreed... You've now said that you're pleased the son... You're not pleased the son is running the country. Is that what you said?
No. No, I'm not.
Ah.
Not at all. I've said that publicly.
So does it automatically
and
follow you...
And he's only ruling the country. Hold on. He's only ruling the country because we killed the leader.
He's not ruling the country. He's in a fucking coma.
Before him, his dad.
I understand that. But I'm just trying to work out, by natural process of elimination, you must therefore de facto be pleased that the dead Ayatollah is no longer ruling the country.
Am I pleased he's not ruling the country? It's a question in vacuum. So does that mean I'm pleased with his son ruling the country? Because it's a weird gotcha question without...
No, I'm not asking about his
son. I don't
son.
want to say yes to that because that implies that I'm okay with the fallout.
Like, this is just... Like, this is not difficult. You realize, like, any sensible fucking person would say, yeah, I'm happy the guy's dead. He's a piece of shit. Now we just need to whack this other piece of shit. That's all you have to say. But he won't say it because he wanted the Ayatollah in power. And now that the first Ayatollah is dead, he now wants to make sure this other Ayatollah stays in power. This guy is a fucking terrorist.
Fallout from it, which I'm not. But I have made my position clear. I don't think any Ayatollah should be running Iran. That's not my political or religious viewpoint.
So it sounds
but I don't
like
think
yes.
you should kill them in order to get rid of them. But I don't think you should kill Ayatollahs in order to get rid of them.
I didn't ask you if you supported killing. I just said, are you pleased he's no longer ruling the country? Sounds like you are, but you're just very reluctant to use the word yes.
Yeah, because I have to think through the consequences of what I'm saying, Piers. It's good for you to ask a great question in a vacuum, but if I say yes to...
What are the consequences of me saying I'm glad a fascist terrorist dictator is dead? Yeah, really. The consequences. I got... Like, when somebody asks me, are you happy Hitler's dead? Like, I can't just answer yes or no. Like, what are the consequences of me saying, yeah, I'm happy Hitler's dead? It's not that straightforward, right?
To that question, does that mean I'm supporting what Trump and Netanyahu did? No.
I don't think any of that follows. You could just say yes or no.
And I don't take pleasure in killing people without trials. If Ayatollah Khamenei did something wrong, the Iranians should have tried him. The Iranians should have tried him.
Wasn't the question. Mehdi, that wasn't my question. I didn't ask if you were pleased he got killed.
It was just a question about my feelings.
I just asked, are you pleased he's no longer ruling the country? It's a yes or no. You either are or you're not.
No, because I can't. No, it's not. No, Piers, it's not as simple as that. I know you've now latched onto this, but
Oh, it is that simple. This guy just supports terrorism, and he always finds some weaselly way to deny that he supports terrorism while supporting terrorism. Like again, he's been caught like this before. The Jewish guy that he debated, the Jewish guy asked him, do you support the return of the hostages? And he said, of course I do. And then he said, okay, here's a hostage return pin. Why don't you put that on to show your support for the return of the hostages? Refused to put the hostage return pin on. So there you go. This guy will lie, say that he supports something that like most people would be in support of, like something rational and reasonable, like, oh yeah, obviously Hamas is bad. They should return the hostages. But in reality, this guy wanted all the fucking hostages to be executed and killed. So this guy is like a sick, disgusting piece of fucking shit. Fuck Mehdi's son. Just what a fucking asshole. Just one of the biggest pieces of shit you can possibly, like... And this is the guy that everybody on the left just fucking loves. You know, it's just fucked. Is that new? Yeah, maybe I'll watch that. Sengoku no Tellers, would you say because of the variable that Gen Z men are significantly dating less than previous generation cohorts that birth rates will plummet significantly? No, not necessarily. The birth rates are already reducing. I don't think you're going to see like some weird steep drop off because Gen Z in particular isn't dating as much. Like, dating is very different than having sex too, right? So I think you're just going to see the same trend, steady decline. Birth rates are just decreasing regardless. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku.
Bro,
Oh wait, we already saw that one.
I'm going to show you guys all of the protein and energy bars I've come up with over nearly 7 years for Frankie's Free Range Foods. What makes these products so special is that every ingredient going into them is the highest quality, be it USD organic certified or grass-fed. For these best bars, this is actually the original formula that I keep complaining people steal, the whey protein beef tallow.
I don't know if that is a completely true statement, because he gets a lot of his products internationally. There's a difference between organic and USD certified organic. So if you're getting something internationally that says organic, that doesn't necessarily mean it's USDA certified. So I don't know if it may be the case for his best bar, but it wouldn't necessarily be the case for all the products he's selling.
Tallow and honey, and then we have our flavor, whether it's vanilla or chocolate. In the case of berry, I mean, I can't even afford to buy new pouches. And that's what happens when you get shadow banned.
Well, that's what happens when you're $350,000 in credit card debt.
And censored, and people steal your ideas and take advantage of you. We're also the only person to have truly non-perishable pemmican at an affordable price. This is literally just beef and beef fat. It's ground up into a powder and then made into this very dense nutrient brick, which...
I don't know what he means by non-perishable. Everything goes bad given a long enough time.
Has a blueberry and honey option, much more palatable. I mean, people still request the plain one that are on really, really strict diets, but I do put a warning on the website like, hey, this...
According to Brian Johnson's lab, organic foods are often the most contaminated. Well, yeah, you'd expect that. It's just because of the regulations with organic.
This is, you know, really, really plain and bland. You probably want the blueberry and honey one. We have some beef jerky and stuff that's on the meat website. And one line of the bar products is the collagen crisp bars. We have a few flavors of these. One is dark chocolate hazelnut. Those are separate from the best bars. The best bars use whey protein. These use collagen protein. There's also maple pecan, and I think we're out of stock of the white chocolate macadamia nut, but there's actually 4 flavors for that. We have dark chocolate hazelnut, we have maple pecan, we have white chocolate macadamia nut, and there's also a banana walnut. We're out of those 2. Granola bar, this is on the energy front. So there's no protein powder added to our granola bar or our quinoa crisp. This is basically just the highest quality organic granola bar you could ever have. And then the quinoa crisp has mostly banana and quinoa, whereas the granola bar has those familiar things.
At Dominus_Augustus, wow, your family worships Joel Osteen. I did not know you were raised by Christian nutjobs.
That's too bad, I guess. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Like oats and honey. The maple pecan quinoa crisp flavor, that's available. Something really cool, we made high quality Rice Krispie treats. These are super healthy, nutritionally dense, but also a really nice and tasty treat that's nostalgic for a lot of people. And then we just have a lot of other things, just really high quality stuff like soft dried apples. Whole Foods used to have those, they got rid of them, and a bunch of really, really artisanal quality products on Frankie's Free Range Foods. Yeah, so a lot of these videos I've been doing lately are just complaining about these people stealing my ideas, but I want to show you guys the original product and all the stuff I have to offer, and I have just as many of those ideas in my head that I still want to launch.
He thinks he's the one who invented Rice Krispie Squares and protein bars.
I just had to put the brakes on it because they keep stealing them.
Uh-huh. By the way, this guy literally committed intellectual property theft. He was selling what he called Twix bars, which is an intellectual property. He was also selling Oreos, which, again, intellectual property. It was like some kind of Oreo knockoff, but He's been what was the other one? Pop-Tarts. That's another intellectual property theft. He does it all the time, and then he says other people steal his ideas.
This is comical, dude. Literally every single company that exists is copying my protein bars. I filed my lawsuit last week, and now I gotta file a whole new separate one because I missed these guys. They just launched their protein bar too, copying my best bar formula of protein powder, beef tallow, and honey, and...
So apparently Frank has a monopoly on ingredients. You know, I went to the store and I saw people were selling potatoes, and I had that idea, putting potatoes in a bag and selling it.
Same flavors, chocolate and mixed berry. What a coincidence. It's like they're just rubbing it in my face saying, oh, we can all copy Frank Tufano and no one's going to do anything about it, and we're going to charge double the price of his bars, and people are...
Like, you'll notice if you go to, like, a store, there's, like, a big aisle with different chocolate bars, and they're all pretty much the fucking same. They've got chocolate, they might have peanuts in them, they might have caramel in them, but, like, they're pretty much all the same. You don't have a monopoly on fucking ingredients. Like,
we're still going to buy it because we'll just spend all our daddy's money on the marketing, but it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it's not a big deal because I can kind of just copy and paste the lawsuit, but I don't know. You know, I might just be better off amending the... You know what? I'll amend the current lawsuit. I'll add him as a defendant.
what a dork.
What's up, guys?
All right, let's see what he's up to here.
Guys, we're down here at Frankie's Strange Meat. I haven't really been doing any YouTube videos lately because my migraines have been pretty bad and I'm just exhausted, and you know, everything that's kind of been happening over these past few years, I'm at a point where I'm just laying in bed most of the day because it's the only way I can get through the day. So that being said, we still have a few new things going on. Off the top of my head, we made a veal stock, which is pretty cool because a lot of recipes call for it, and there's definitely no other veal stock as high quality online. Because with this one, we did a double, just like we do with our chicken stock. So we made the veal stock, we strained it, and then we took fresh bones and used that veal stock to do it again. So it's kind of similar to the process we use for the demi-glace. Where, I mean, the demi-glace is kind of crazy because you do it 3 times. But the point is, it's a very, very high quality, flavorful, nutritious veal stock. And that was made with an even higher mineral water than we normally do. So super high mineral content. And we've been using a higher magnesium water. So not only are all of our broths and stuff made with the highest quality glass bottle water, it's also higher in minerals because of that. I guess the biggest thing is goat is now available. We have all cuts of goat, and we added a few more cuts of lamb. So I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I wasn't sure how the sales were really going to be, so I kind of procrastinated it for way too long. We brought in some whole goat and lamb, and we just break down the whole animal. So, you know, from the front to back, you have like goat necks that, you know, we never had any animal neck. So we have both lamb and goat neck chops, which are kind of similar to oxtail. They're just a bit leaner in the sense that you have to kind of braise them or slow cook them. We have lamb shoulder chop steaks, which are like a really affordable steak that have a nice little marrow bone in them. We have a lot more shanks from all the leg bones. The lamb chuck and that type of stuff, it's kind of small, so there's not too many individual cuts on the animal. We do have a breast. I think we do have a belly. We do have a rib section. There's the typical chops. So you have both the strip loin chop, which is like a tiny lamb or goat porterhouse, and then you have the rib chops, which are like regular lamb chops, or now we have goat chops. And then going to the back side of the animal, I think we have a few legs, but I think most of what we did was leg steaks and the shanks. So if you go under the lamb and goat section, you'll see all those different cuts, a bunch of new stuff, as well as I think we just restocked the lamb and goat tripe. And then we also have, I think, beef neck. That's probably not going to be a regular thing. I'm not sure if I mean, we might have beef neck available moving forward now. So that's another interesting cut. You know, just trying to get as much out of the animal as possible so we can offer you guys the lowest prices, which we're still able to do, despite the meat market getting crazier and crazier. Yeah, we'll show you guys around. Always doing like a lot of really fresh, high quality stuff on pure sourdough every week. I'll show you guys that. Just baking it fresh and throwing it right in the freezer so it stays as flavorful and high quality as possible before you guys get it. Oh, there's another thing I can show you in here. I think from the Spanish wildflower and orange blossom honey, these sections at this point. So we're going to have 12 ounces raw organic honey. And if you want, you can buy these. I don't remember how much these were, but candies. It's just kind of like a change of pace, some different flavors. The Skittles are really cool. And then I think we have some sour Skittles, or if I forgot, yeah, the sour Skittles are over there. And we have some fruit snacks. So just a few products that I've been trying to offer you guys for your kids, or if you have cravings, you know, not necessarily something to have every day, maybe just a few times a month. And there's also some chocolate truffles. I think my guys put them in the freezer. We'll try to find them. So we're just making our own batches of toothpaste and stuff like that. On the organ supplements, we did get some glandulars back in stock. So if you guys have been missing the glandulars, like the immune strength, we do have them. Yeah, with all the people stealing money from me, the shadow banning, censoring, taking advantage of me, it's just, another big thing. I should have mentioned it earlier. We got horseradish now. I got to put that on the website.
I don't know how this guy can claim he's shadow banned and censored. Like, again, according to the, court filings made by Paul Saladino's lawyer, they got a hold of his tax statements. He took in like $5 million in gross income in, I think, 2024.
Site too. A lot of things I didn't put on the website yet. The candy stuff all has to go on the foods website. I think we're going to put the honey and the horseradish on the meat website. I mean, I'd like to move more people towards Frankie's Free Range Foods, but I can ship that stuff together. It's just logistically right now, and it's not even really logistically shipping wise. It's just hard with all the website stuff. It gets too confusing where you have so many different sections on the website where people can order stuff. That's the main thing I'm worried about, not being able to have the website organized enough for the product. Like, there's no problem with us shipping the meat and food stuff together. It's just, it's too much stuff to go through on the website. It's too confusing, especially on mobile. Also, eggs he couldn't sell, so I did him a favor by buying it, which I really shouldn't have, because now I have way too many eggs. Another big thing that I didn't mention is we tried the fresh beef packages again, which no one bought. I think these raw primal dieters are just trolling me.
That might explain why so many people are complaining about getting rotten egg orders. I've seen a few people email me that bought eggs from Frank, and they said all the eggs were rotten. I've seen him say that a few times. He bought way too many eggs. So it might take him a while to sell through all of his stock of eggs, and then by the time he sells them, some of them are rotten. And then he won't refund them because, again, his financial issues, and then he complains when there's a chargeback.
Complaining that they want fresh beef and then not buying it. So we had a fresh local ground beef package, we had a fresh ribeye package, and then the local beef that just came in from the Amish farm, that was a mixed beef package. I think it was the price points for the fresh meat packages were the $200 mark. So I think it was maybe 10 pounds of ribeye or something, 15 pounds of ground, I don't know. It was maybe 15 pounds of ribeye actually for $250, 21 pounds of ground beef for $200, organic blueberry muffins. The rest of the bacons are actually in the freezer, just organic horseradish. I've been talking about this for I kind of remove the rice. Oh, by the way, if you order the seasoning package, you will get some fresh horseradish in that you can just you just peel this root and then you grate it over the meat or whatever you want. But one thing I've been replacing my rice with is these organic sweet potatoes. I was worried about the arsenic in the rice, and we've been having basically sweet potatoes or sourdough bread every single meal. And these are really, really delicious. I'll try to do some videos on these for you guys because they're taking up such a large portion of my diet now. So these are still white on the inside. In the section, you can buy just a jar of egg whites or a jar of egg yolks. Really great for recipes, super convenient and easy.
Who the fuck buys a jar of eggs? Are there any Amish in Canada? Yeah. Yeah, there are.
The new cut marrow bones been offering are udders, spleen, and lungs. So there's some udders there. There's some...
Who the fuck would buy this and eat it?
Beef lung. This is actually our organ grind pet food, which is a little, I don't know, it's around the same price, I think. So we have best burger blend, we got ground brisket, we have ground up chuck. This is all the new goat stuff. That looks like goat ribs. Yeah, they gotta label this stuff. Still got some of these over here. Beef, rice, and bean meals. Convenient. More rack of lamb, lamb brains, breakfast sandwiches, collagen bone broth. The main thing we restock is the pizzas, the pizza crust, and the regular sourdough. We have all the ice creams now. We got some cookie dough ice cream in this week. All these pies were baked fresh this week. We made this so much away. Yeah, if the door, that's how I go gap. I didn't even want to make this video today, but I think it's been a few weeks now. Just tired of.
His face looks frozen and swollen. And his lips are puffy. I think he did more injections of something. Like hyaluronic acid or maybe some Botox or something. But yeah, his face looks swollen and frozen.
All the money getting stolen from me, these insurance companies not paying me. And I have zero faith in the court system at this point. I'm not really sure what to do. I mean, we're already handing out flyers about Dr. DeBond, so with a few more people handing out flyers. It's just literally every single thing I try to do, it gets copied and replicated months or a year or two later. So I don't really want to do too much complaining, but
Fuck this guy and his tortured animal products. Humanity's a parasite. I can't wait till human cocksuckers are extinct and animals take over the planet.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Oh, sorry, Gum Gum. Thanks for the donation, Lenny. Appreciate it. Yeah, Tufano's a fucking piece of shit.
If you guys want to support me and keep things going, you can go to frank-tufano.com where you can see all the businesses, and most of the stuff that we showed you guys today is on frankiestrangemeat.com.
Well, Frank's down bad. He's in worse debt than we could have ever fucking realized.
Me later. All right, next question here is from Brian L. It's the old pharma versus generic GH. Brian asks, does pharma GH really make that much of a difference? Is it better than UGL GH? Does it actually make a significant difference in results? Significant difference in results? I don't know about all that, but look, I can tell you I've run both. The generic GH just doesn't seem to work the same as pharma GH. I don't want to go into extensive details about it, but I've seen some detailed lab testing on some various brands of generic GH. I think a lot of people just look at purely at the purity. You know, they get it sent off and they say, you know, well, I mean, it's 97% versus, you know, Serostin that's whatever, 96%, and it's more pure and all this stuff. But there's a bunch of other crap that's added into these things.
I've been vegan for a decade. The only anti-vegan argument I have a hard time responding to is when they say I'm a hypocrite for eating sugar, since it was filtered with animal bone char. Can you tell me how I can properly respond to that?
Yeah, like zero sugar is filtered with bone char. That's something they used to do decades ago. They don't do that anymore. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Binders such as Baloxone. There's also a lot of times they will use mannitol in the UGL-GH to shortcut the freeze drying process. There's a bunch of other factors that play into it that may affect absorption rate, may affect efficacy. You know, I can tell you, anybody who's used a high quality pharma GH, when you mix it, it mixes instantly, whereas the UGL-GH, it clumps up. It's sometimes I've even seen some of the UGL-GH that's discolored. I don't know if it's been oxidized or what the fuck happens where they get this piss yellow color to it. I've seen people have allergic reactions to UGL-GH, sometimes where their pulse increases at night, where they can't sleep, or they'll have injection site irritation. There's other things that happen, or lymph nodes near the injection site that swell up. Now, with that said, is it that big of a difference? Is it worth mortgaging your house for? Probably not. I think the UGL-GH is probably close enough for most people, but look, here's the way I look at it. Anytime I can have access to real, look good, or the end result.
Let's see.
You can see the text on the screen, and he did it on purpose, maliciously, with intent to lie and deceive you.
Plants up. You know what? This is 27 minutes. We'll react to that next stream.
Danny Solukovsky. Dr. Danny Solukovsky. Why should an attractive woman not take advice from an equally attractive woman?
There's a lot of reasons why you might not want to do that. So women women just compete very strongly with each other. And even though there's no overall relationship between what we call mate value, which is not just how attractive a woman is, but it's how desirable she is as a mate as a whole package. And certainly for women, physical attractiveness is a big part of that. Physical appearance is a big part of mate value for men as well, but it's less about how attractive they are, if you know what I mean, and just more about other aspects of their appearance. But in any case, for women, your levels of physical attractiveness are a big component of your mate value. And so even though we don't necessarily see the most competitive women being the most attractive ones, and the least competitive women being the least attractive ones. In fact, actually, from what we can tell, there's almost no relationship between those two variables at all. You can be very competitive and very attractive, or very competitive and not very attractive. However, what we do see with intersexual competition is that women tend to target that towards other women they perceive as being about as attractive as themselves, because that's who they perceive to be their primary rivals in the mating game. And so that's where you're going to tend to see these types of behaviours targeted most intensely. And one of the sort of, I think, best demonstrations of this that we saw was in the study that we did that many of your listeners may have heard about already, where we ostensibly sort of put women, our female participants, in a hypothetical hair salon situation. So we effectively said, look, here's a series of clients, and we showed them photos of the client so they could make their own judgments about how attractive she was. And we coupled that with photos, close-up photos of her hair, which were doctored to make it healthy or not. And we basically asked them, how much hair do you think this client should have cut off? And we coupled that with some information about the client. The bit that was most important was whether she wanted her hair kept as long as possible, or whether she was happy to have as much cut off as the hairdresser thought. And in the scenarios where the hair was really healthy, so there's no motivation to cut much off, and where the client indicated that she wanted it kept as long as possible, so cutting it off would be explicitly against her wishes, that's when we saw a relationship between self-reported intersexual competitiveness and how much hair they advised these clients have cut off. So, and that effect, again, was the strongest when they were giving this advice to clients that they later told us they thought were about as attractive as themselves. So effectively what we had is women perceiving other women to be sort of somewhat rivals to them on a sort of mate value ladder, and attempting to sabotage these women's appearance by advising them to cut off more hair than would be necessary. And I guess the other little aside that you need in order for that to make sense is you also
That's interesting.
need to understand how much and how strongly men prefer long hair, which I think might be something that's appreciated by your male viewers, but it's something that female viewers, that I find that women are actually much less aware of than men, is that men actually have quite a strong preference for long hair over short hair. And it's interesting that, I find it interesting that even though many women I talk to don't recognise that men have a preference over long hair, yet we still see this effect. So somehow women are implicitly aware that cutting off a woman's hair is going to be damaging her mate value, even if they're not explicitly aware of this strong preference that men have.
Mm-hmm. And what do you think is the connection with men and the interest in long hair? Does it signal something?
Yes, definitely. So hair signals two things as far as I can tell. So one is just health. So if you've got nice, shiny, long, healthy hair, and of course the longer the hair is, the harder it is to keep it nice and shiny and healthy, and most importantly, parasite-free. So that is what most of the hair signals are. So in humans, the reason why that's really interesting is because it speaks to that principle, which I think is kind of a fundamental principle of female competition, which is the idea that a tremendous part of female competition is individuals who are high mate value, high social status, have access to a lot of resources, effectively burning themselves in the hope that them doing that will cause others to do it, but others will bear a bigger cost than they will. So female intersexual competition it's a little bit like, I guess it's a little bit like the peacock's tail. So peacocks have giant tails, partly because it shows that they're parasite-free. But another big part of it is that it's a massive handicap, right? If you've got this great big tail and you've got to get away from the predators, the jaguars, whoever it is that tends to eat the peacock.
Okay. So Jenny, we've talked a lot about how female intersexual competition hurts other women. I've heard you talk about how branding men and masculinity as toxic is female intersexual competition. How does that work?
So I think there's two things going on, two sort of main separate arms of the explanation. The first one, I think, is where it started. And that, I think, is just corruption of female mate preferences. So corruption of rivals' mate preferences. So, I'm sure many people have heard me say this before, but I'll say it again. The entirety of feminism is a female reproductive suppression strategy. That is its key outcome, and that is the one thing that unites all of its various branches, which in many cases look otherwise very contradictory. What unites them is that ultimately they are hostile to female reproductive success. And
could we just stay on that for just a second? I'm sorry to interrupt. No. So there are so many forms of feminism, and I think one of the critiques of feminism is that it never seems to agree that there's this type and that type. And you're saying that you can find one clear point of agreement on reproductive suppression.
Exactly. And the reason why there are so many different branches of feminism and they don't agree is because feminism, rather than being what it purports to be, some, movement to improve the welfare and happiness and freedom of women, it is a reproductive suppression strategy. It ostensibly harms women. Now, when an ideology starts spreading through society that harms women, a lot of women notice. And so what you've got is feminism just being this sort of constantly fracturing ideology as it appeals to a lot of women and it begins to take hold, then it begins to harm a lot of women, and a whole bunch of women go, hang on a minute, I don't like this bit, and then they start their own little bit of feminism that go, no, we're not going to do that. I don't like that. That's actually harming me more than it's harming everyone else on average. So I'm not in favour of that bit, and we get a split, and then we get another split. So I think the intersectional feminists versus the radical feminists or the TERFs is kind of the very obvious example of that, right? So you've got the intersectional feminists embracing gender ideology, which, I mean, it harms men as well. I don't want to suggest that it doesn't, but it absolutely harms women. And you've got it being pushed by the intersectional feminists. You've got it being pushed in all of the institutions that are dominated by women. You've got women showing like overwhelmingly larger support for gender ideology compared to men in like large-scale demographic surveys. In spite of what certain feminists will tell you, that gender ideology is being pushed by perverted men. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are perverted men with autogynephilia who fucking can't believe their luck. All of a sudden they become society's most sacred individuals. Like, that wasn't on the bingo card. These guys don't have the social capital and the social wherewithal to be pushing an ideology like this, right? They are just the unbelievable beneficiaries of the most mental thing we've all seen in a while, right? But it's being pushed by women. You cannot, right? You cannot get around that fact that, that the one time that men had an opportunity to demonstrate how they feel about it was the whole Bud Light scandal, right? Feminists told men to stay in their lane. Well, that was in their lane, and men made very clear what their response was. But, Dylan Mulvaney, wasn't he like he did something, I'll probably say the wrong athletic brand name, so I won't say one, but he did some spread for some big athletic brand. And there was a few women that jumped up and down, but that athletic brand sales did not tank the way Bud Light sales tanked, right? Like, it was not equivalent. Men on the whole just went, no, and women just went, no, yes, no, we don't know. Right, and so you've got this absolutely being pushed by women because it harms women and children. Well, specifically, it harms, female reproductive success in a big way. And so then you've got a whole bunch of women going, actually...
Yeah, just make women fat, gross, blue-haired, whiny, fucking cringe lords.
Hang on a minute, this is, no, we're not on board with this. So now you've got this separate group of feminists who are just as on board with other things that do harm women, or at least harm women's reproductive success. Those two things are kind of the same, but they're not always the same. They're on board with many other things that suppress reproductive success, but not this particular one, because this one is harming them too much. And that's why feminism keeps fracturing, because it's just a war of women. And so, women cannot declare a war on women and not expect large groups of other women to occasionally go, hang on a minute, we're going to fight back on that. And so the different sort of waves of feminism are all about, what is going to be most sort of, hostile to female reproductive success. And so this is where we see the beginnings of the men are bad movement. So, right from the earliest sort of feminist writings, there's plenty of signals through there that, that men are bad, right from the sort of most extreme versions of women who were feminists who were suggesting that, again, I won't even try to remember the names because it's not my strong card, but who, there's a quite famous quote of one suggesting that, we need to keep the male population to a maximum of 10%. And, right through to the less extreme sort of rhetoric, which is, less about just, effectively trying to keep men as some form of minority livestock. The less of sort of extreme forms, which is just, marriage is a form of oppression and, motherhood is a form of oppression. And so, we've had this, anti-male rhetoric feeding through, and we've seen it become more and more intense in recent years, to the point where we've now got this notion of toxic masculinity being thrown around, and even, to the point where it's become so mainstream and so accepted that, like, I don't know what's going on in this regard in various parts of your part of the world, but certainly here and in the UK, there's now, programs being introduced in primary and secondary schools to effectively teach boys not to be toxic. So it's reached enough of a critical mass, this idea, that effectively, boys and men left uneducated will just naturally develop into toxic men, and we somehow need to do active work with our young boys and men to
Oh, dude, especially if I lived in the UK or some shit, I would not let my kid go to public school. It would just rot his fucking brain.
Educate them to prevent that. That's an extraordinarily extreme view that has managed to creep its way in bit by bit and become rather mainstream, and it does not alarm nearly enough people enough. It's like the frog in the lukewarm water that you slowly increase the temperature and the frog doesn't notice that he's, he eventually doesn't notice he's boiling. It's crept in to the point where we have a just extraordinary approach now to young boys because of this toxic masculinity. In terms of getting back to why this is, again, it's driven by feminism and it's driven by women, because what it is attacking all of the aspects of men that make them good husbands and good fathers and good protectors and good providers. So what started off as demonizing those parts of men that women actually should be looking for in a partner, to corrupt female mate choice and to encourage women to make suboptimal choices, and to encourage women, instead of what you should see as like a green flag in a prospective partner, was teaching women to see those as red flags. So again, a corruption of female mate choice. And it's now run to the point where men are actually being effectively, I'm trying to think of the word, like kind of being shut down, if you like. We're now actually talking about, in a really incredibly dystopian sense, introducing some sort of formal education for boys that teaches them basically that they can't be masculine at all, which of course is profoundly awful for the individual boys and profoundly grim in terms of looking forward for the rest of society as well. You can't have a functioning society without strong.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like literally training to have a society run by fucking beta male fucktards.
Strong masculine men, and a lot of them, which is kind of which is sort of the end game of all of this nonsense. Is a very non-functioning society.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the end game in population, but let's take this kind of from macro down to micro. I think we've gone from macro, okay, this is branding men in general is toxic, has this effect. In the medium level, also, you know, and like down to the individual.
UK is the only European country that doesn't consider the IRGC terrorists. Yeah, well, you know why they're doing that. They let in too many Muslims. So, they have to be like, oh, we love the IRGC, we love terrorism, vote for us Muslims.
Down to boys in school and things like that. Let's take it to the micro. If a woman were to say, get dumped by her...
Return to Frank. This is boring.
We've already watched all Frank's content, so we can't do that. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Boyfriend. And then she tells her friends, oh, he's toxic. This is actually a manipulation to slow down those women from getting with this man?
Possibly, but I'm not sure that it necessarily is a targeted thing to stop them from getting at that men, because there's reasonably strong deterrence for that anyway. So, you know, unless you are pretty happy to see the end of those female friendships, women are not going to go after their close allies, ex-partners anyway. I mean, that is not to say that it doesn't happen. It certainly does happen, but it generally comes with the end of the friendship. So it's kind of an end game in and of itself. But I think what's happening more there in those scenarios is you get those women collectively just all reinforcing with each other that he was toxic, he was the problem, and you're better off without him, and just reinforcing these notions of singledom. Now, there might be some circumstances in which that's ostensibly true, right? But maybe, you know, we might be talking about a scenario where a woman was in an incredibly unhealthy relationship and frankly, she is better off without him. But the issue that we're seeing is that what's being branded as toxic behavior is not toxic behavior at all. And this is the problem, right? Men who are respectful, chivalrous, protective, who sort of loyal, to show their wife honor. These are the types of behaviours that are now being branded as toxic. You know, even down to the tedious and the minuscule. Like, you know, if he opens the door for you, that's a sign of, you know, benevolent sexism. And, you know, it might seem nice, but it still means that he's sexist. He's still going to want to oppress you. It's just, you know, what it's done. It's done a few things. It's turned male green flags into red flags. So the things that women should actually.
Oh, dude, like a good example of that is that CNN news story on Epstein. They showed footage of Epstein literally just having fun playing tag with a bunch of girls. Everyone was laughing and enjoying themselves. And then, oh, scary music. Oh, look what's going on here. Something bad. It's like you literally... So, like, it's literally just saying men cannot have a good time with women. It's always bad.
Actually been looking for to make sure they took high quality partners. They are now actually are being points that are turned off. That's like number one. But the other thing that has happened with the demonization of all of these sort of supposedly gendered and sexist behaviors is it's completely destroyed human courtship ritual, right? Yeah. What all of these individual sort of courtesies did is they provided a really clear set of rules for how men and women who didn't know each other could behave around each other. And those, you know, a man who didn't open the door for you was sending a very clear signal that he wasn't interested, because that's a little bit rude. And some men, of course, would open the door always just out of politeness. But, you know, it's kind of a separate conversation, but it's sort of the same thing. I was talking with someone else, a friend of mine, about the importance of manners, and saying that the importance of manners is really, really underestimated, because what you can do if you have impeccable manners, right, all the time, and that's just how you behave and how you conduct yourself. And this is true, I think, whether you're a man or a woman, right? If you have impeccable manners, that means that you can be a little bit less polite. You're still being really polite, but you're just being a little bit less polite than you normally are. And that sends a very clear signal to someone that you're not happy with them, or you're not interested in them, or whatever it might be. You don't have to behave aggressively to do that. If your baseline level of operating is not especially polite, then you've actually got to be really quite aggressive if you want to kind of send someone a signal that you're not happy with them, right? You can't just be a little bit less polite than you normally are, right? You've set yourself you set yourself a really low floor now if you don't ever sort of engage in the extra effort of those social airs and graces. And it's a similar thing now with the courtship rituals. The courtship rituals gave people things that they could do or not do that set very clear signals of, yes, I'm interested, or no, I'm not, without ever having to directly be rude or socially awkward or aggressive. now that that's been obliterated because almost all of those signals have been branded as sexist, now not only do you get tremendous miscommunication, but people have got to be impossibly obvious and direct and uncouth and aggressive just to get their point across. And even then, their partner frequently has no idea what message they're trying to send. So the attack on masculinity and many positive male behaviours has completely corrupted female mate choice and female mate preferences, but it's also been an attack on the male courtship ritual. Right? Men now don't have any courtship rules they can follow because all the rules they used to have branded sexist and they're not allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's just made a social environment that is now very hostile to people pairing up instead of conducive to people pairing up. Which is just one of many reasons why I say that feminism is an attack on female reproductive success. Everything that feminism does in any given situation, in any given case study, is take whatever environment that it is in, and it makes that environment more hostile to reproductive success.
All right. Oh,
it's just one of many.
I'll look at it later. Okay, I'm highly tired, so I think I'm gonna go to bed. We'll play more Cuphead in the morning or afternoon, and then we'll have a normal stream later in the day. But big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had fun. And I will see you all tomorrow. So nighty-night. Sweet dreams. Ah, crap. It's doing the thing again. I hate it when it does this. Oh my god. Okay, there we go.